I believe every statement in this video is true. And I also believe that I may have included at least one false statement. Is my voice real, or is it AI? Trick question. Because you've never actually heard my voice. What you're listening to right now is just a digital echo, a reconstruction filtered through a microphone, processed by a machine, and projected through your speakers. It sounds like a voice, but is it? Welcome to a world where nothing is as it seems, where logic folds in on itself and the simplest questions become impossible to answer. These are the paradoxes that no one can solve. Sometimes the most profound truths exist with the most mundane moments in our everyday lives. One day, back when I was in university, I was in my dorm room with two of my friends. Everyone was hungry, but we were too lazy to go out. So I suggested we order takeout. I wanted tacos. One of my friends wanted Chinese, and the third was craving tikka masala. But we were broke college students and couldn't afford to pay the delivery and service fees for 3 separate places, so we spent the next 30 minutes arguing, trying to get one another to concede. After what felt like an eternity, we finally landed on 2 boxes of pizza. It sounded like a good compromise. Until you realize that none of us actually wanted pizza in the first place. This is the Abilene paradox, and it's more common than we like to admit. A group agrees on a decision even when no one individual prefers the outcome. Everyone just goes along with it, assuming the choice must be best for the group, even if it leaves everyone quietly dissatisfied. The paradox becomes a lot more likely when people stand to lose a lot by enforcing their will, especially socially. You don't want to be seen as the strong-headed friend or coworker. But ironically, that very resistance can lead to better relationships and outcomes. Disagreements, when handled well, are often a sign of trust. In hindsight, we could have made a night out of it, gone to all 3 places, and turned it into a food adventure. And that would have satisfied all of us and created a much more memorable night than just slumping over a pizza in a dorm room like Ninja Turtles. But the truth is, this is only easy to say in hindsight. In reality, it's not that easy to confront people around you, especially when faced with the chance that everything could fall apart. If you've got a good thing going with your group, why risk ruining it over something small? What we don't realize, though, is that by being too tolerant, we open the door to a different kind of problem: intolerant tolerance. This is the paradox of tolerance. But before we continue with the next paradox, here's one for you. How can something that started as a meme on the internet become one of the most powerful forces shaping the future of money? That's the paradox of Dogecoin. Born from a playful internet experiment, Dogecoin has grown into the number 2 largest proof-of-work blockchain after Bitcoin, the number 6 largest cryptocurrency by market cap, and a global movement backed by one of the most engaged online communities in the world. The motto is simple: do only good every day. Through House of Doge, Dogecoin is now taking the next step towards becoming a truly accessible global currency. The House of Doge, NASDAQ TBH, is building the infrastructure to make Dogecoin not just a cultural icon, but a practical, everyday payment platform. They're working on everything from payments and partnerships with global brands to real-world asset tokenization. Imagine owning a piece of fine art, luxury cars, or even real estate, all recorded securely on the Dogecoin blockchain. They've also been involved in creating the one and only official Dogecoin treasury hosted under CleanCore NYSE zone. The treasury now holds over 600 million Doge, and they're designing yield-generating systems in partnership with trusted custodians like Robinhood. Dogecoin may have been born a meme, but it was built on a movement from day one. Today, the Treasury's partner, House of Doge, the official corporate arm of the Dogecoin Foundation, is unlocking the utility and building the systems to take it mainstream. From payments and tokenization to cultural partnerships and real-world integrations, House of Doge is driving the Doge evolution, and Zone captures all of the upside. So, are you ready to be part of the next chapter? Click the link in the description or scan the QR code to learn more about House of Doge, NASDAQ TBH, and their partnerships, plus the official Dogecoin Treasury NYSE zone. Now, let's return to the video and see why too much tolerance can be problematic. Imagine there's an open mic night at the local comedy club and you're hosting. your buddy Chris is also making his debut as the second act. As a supportive host, you invite the entire friend group to cheer him on. His routine begins and it's a hit, laughs all around. Chris is feeling the atmosphere, so he leans in for some crowd work. In the audience, a heckler named Richie is out in the front row with his partner. After enduring his jeers, Chris says something that makes your heart sink. "For a guy named Richie, you sure made a poor choice being with her." The crowd erupts with laughter, but there's also an audible amount of boos among them. It's fair game if the joke was targeted at Richie. However, from where you're seated, she hasn't said a single word. In fact, she looks a little embarrassed by his actions, so it feels kind of sad that Chris's comeback is at her expense. The energy in the room shifts from laughter to a thick tension that reeks of hostility. In the spirit of an open mic, you can choose to let things be. You have to be tolerant, after all. But doing this risks alienating a significant portion of the audience. So what can you do? If you confront him, you're censoring his right to free speech, especially in a place where jokes ideally shouldn't be policed. If you let it go, you'll risk being intolerant to the needs of the lady, especially when she did nothing to warrant that attack in the first place. Within the setting of a comedy club, this paradox seems rather tame. But the truth is, this is something that affects the world. I'm sure you've heard people say that the people who fight for tolerance and acceptance are the same people who try to cancel others for saying the wrong thing. But this is the paradox of tolerance. For a society to be truly tolerant, it must also be intolerant of intolerance. If we tolerate everything, including harmful behavior, we risk destroying the very values that we claim to uphold. This dilemma is far more relevant now than ever. It forces us to confront situations where defending one principle means undermining another. As frustrating as it is to grasp, sometimes that choice is an illusion. And if you pay close attention, you'll realize the game was rigged from the start. Speaking of games that are rigged from the start, capitalism. Unlike most games that start off easy and get progressively more difficult the higher in level you go, capitalism works in reverse. It is brutally difficult in the beginning, but the further you get, the easier the game gets. Think about it. To rent an apartment, you need proof of income. But to get a job, you need proof of residence. Well, to get an entry-level job, you need experience. But to get experience, you need a job. To even get a chance to apply for that job, you need to get an education. But a good education requires money, and to get money, you usually need the very opportunities that education is supposed to provide. These are all examples of a catch-22, a situation where the solution to a problem is locked behind the problem itself. The phrase comes from Catch-22, a 1961 novel by Joseph Heller, where a bomber pilot tries to avoid flying into dangerous combat missions. To do that, he attempts to declare that he's insane. One small issue, though. He must ask permission to be sidelined. But according to military regulation, if you're sane enough to ask out of a mission, you're sane enough to fly it. So there's really no way to escape it unless you're crazy enough to act out erratically. And even then, what if you're just written off as a good sacrifice, just another pawn in the grand scheme of things? This is scary to think about, especially with all the political tensions in our world today, and the reality that World War III might be closer than ever before. But let's take a break from these depressing topics and talk about something fun. Have you ever tried learning to draw? I have. So I'll tell you how it typically goes. First, you put a pencil to paper, and your first attempt looks terrible. You keep at it for months, and your art still doesn't look the way that you want it to. A year later, and you're finding more flaws than usual. Yet, comparing your early artwork to the present makes a world of difference. You've clearly gotten better, but it doesn't feel that way. How is it that you're able to learn something, and even when it's clear you're improving, you almost never feel good enough? With art and many other pursuits, you'll often run into the paradox of knowledge, where the more you know about a topic, the more you know how much more you don't know. This can often trigger feelings of imposter syndrome. It makes you think you're not good enough, despite clear evidence suggesting otherwise. Whether it's coding, music, school, the dilemma endures. How do you deal with those moments when you're in doubt? Embrace curiosity. Learn things for the sake of gaining something useful, not just for higher grades or external validation. Is there an ending in sight? Not really. Instead of thinking of knowledge like a cup you're filling with information, waiting until it overflows, think of it instead as a cup whose size continues to grow the more you improve. It might seem like the level of the water in the cup is still the same, but there's a lot more water in there than there was at the beginning. But how do you know what thing to learn? When faced with many different options, how do we know we're making the right choice? To figure this out, let's help Buridan's ass survive a terrible fate. By ass, I mean an actual donkey. This poor creature has been hungry and thirsty for days, so we placed it at the exact halfway point between a crunchy pile of hay and a fresh bucket of water. Both are equally appealing. Now all it has to do is walk towards a choice and indulge in a feast. One small problem: it can't decide between either option. Both choices are perfect, yet equally out of reach. As a result, the donkey is unable to make a decision. With time running out, it dies of both hunger and thirst. As much as I'd like to take credit for this scenario, this is actually the paradox of Buridan's ass, named after Jean Buridan, the 14th century French philosopher. It's dark to imagine getting so frozen with indecision you can't go for either of two good options. If placed in a similar dilemma, a human would make the right choice, right? But what if your options weren't hay or water? What if it was the business you've been dreaming of starting versus the promotion you've been waiting for at your current job? Instead of making a decision and sticking to it, you get stuck in decision paralysis, which leads you to slack off at your current job, postpone starting the business, and you end up losing both. The main reason we often get stuck is that, much like Buridan's ass, we fall into the trap of analysis paralysis, where you overanalyze and second-guess yourself so much that you never take action. This gets even worse when there's an abundance of options. This is called the paradox of choice. Contrary to what you might think, an abundance of choices often makes us less likely to choose anyone. It's why you scroll through Netflix's recommendations for an hour looking for what to watch, only to end up scrolling on TikTok for the rest of the night. It's because Netflix serves you with way too many options, while TikTok simply shows you one video immediately you open and gives you just two options: watch or swipe up. Sadly, an underrated consequence of this phenomenon also exists, one where it steals away at a person's entire life. If the job market is screwing you over, you might want to learn a new skill, so you go online searching for high-income skills. From there, you end up unproductive from all the information out there, plunging you straight into tutorial hell. Without anything pushing you towards a specific path, you get lost in all the noise. To overcome this dilemma, consider limiting your options. That means setting boundaries for yourself. I do that by reciting this simple truth: any choice can be the right one, so long as you are willing to live with the consequences. That mantra has helped me to deal with my own indecision. But the truth is, I have no idea what others think of the decisions that I make. And I know it shouldn't matter, but sometimes I'm just hit with wonder. The realization that everyone around me is a conscious, living being. Each random person I meet on the street is the main character in their own story, with their own hopes and dreams and nightmares. And it's not just humans. I recently experienced a strange epiphany while pondering on a cat. No, not Schrodinger's, but a different furball, one that's more infamous. On TikTok, a cat named Maxwell gained notoriety for bullying other cats. Out on the streets, he'd start fights with neighborhood strays for seemingly no reason. But while he was an obvious menace on the streets, indoors he was a huge mama's boy, a soft cat who looked like he couldn't hurt a fly. But once his owner turned around, his personality does a complete 180. Interestingly, Maxwell's behavior isn't unique to cats. Even in science, observation frequently changes a subject's behavior. It's called the observer's paradox. Placing a thermometer in a glass of water slightly changes its temperature. By stealing or donating heat, the thermometer distorts the truth as it attempts to observe it. Across psychology, philosophy, and physics, similar interactions exist, like the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. It's a concept in quantum science that highlights how we can't know the position and momentum of a particle simultaneously. The act of measuring one of these properties disrupts the other. This highlights a fundamental limit in our ability to measure reality without changing it. It's clear that the presence of an observer can change a thing's nature. Yet I have to wonder, if observation changes particles and pets, what happens when we observe the universe? In 1970, psychologist Gordon Gallup Jr. designed an experiment to see whether animals were able to exhibit signs of self-awareness. To detect this, he developed the mirror test. Here's how it works. An animal is marked in a spot that it can't see directly, like a chimpanzee with a dot on its forehead. Then the observer places it in front of a mirror. To pass the test, the chimp must recognize the dot in its reflection as the one on its head. This chimp would ideally try to touch or remove the dot from its own body, not the reflection, essentially proving it is self-aware. For most animals, a random dot on their forehead isn't natural, so noticing it seems likely. However, it's also a human-based way of observing. We notice things more with our eyes than we do with our other senses. But dogs, for instance, would fare better with a smell mirror test rather than one with sight. As for humans, it's not a simple answer either. Self-awareness often influences every aspect of our behavior, like those moments where you're slouching when you see a reflection and it forces you to sit up straight, or when you're sober at a party and you suddenly become consumed by the moment, compelling you to act differently. When you overanalyze your emotions and thoughts, you can end up changing them, especially in ways you never intended. If you're sad, you can't force yourself to be happy. Doing that might just make you anxious instead. That's the blessing and the curse of the paradox of self-awareness. The more you try to observe yourself, the more you change. It's a strange experience that feels a lot like chasing your own shadow. But what even is a self? That's hard to determine. We go through so many changes, there's no real consistent state of being, even in death. The human body is a marvel because it never stops adapting and evolving. Every 7 to 10 years, our cells are replaced completely. It sounds surreal, and when you think about it a little more, it gets baffling. Your neurons rearrange with each change, and the brain adapts accordingly. While this is going on, you remain the same person possessing the same memories. The smell of your mom's secret pasta recipe, the face of your childhood mailman, these experiences stay. Yet the body that observed them is essentially gone. How? This is the essence of the Ship of Theseus paradox, a thought experiment questioning the nature of identity. In the original story, an old ship is in dire need of frequent repairs. Gradually, its parts are replaced, starting with the floorboards and then the sails and other components. Slowly but surely, every piece of the original ship is gone. At that point, is it still the same Ship of Theseus? What if all the discarded pieces were gathered and painstakingly reconstructed? Would that creation be the original ship? If there's a paradox designed to challenge us, this ship is the ultimate test. What gives something a claim to its identity? Some may argue that continuity is the answer, like with the ship and us humans. We see gradual changes over time. Even if years pass with all the parts replaced, continuity stays present, therefore preserving identity. One might argue that a complete replacement implies a fundamentally new ship. In that case, what happens when it's a person? Do the rules change? Are you the real you? The same you that you were as a child and will be the day you die? Imagine a distant future where humanity unveils its first teleportation device. You're a tech enthusiast at CES 2099, a trade show in London. Excited, you volunteer to try it out. In the booth, a robot explains how it works. First, you step into a scanner that uploads a perfect copy of you down to every atom. It then teleports you to Vegas, where another tech booth downloads the information intact. It's entirely painless, taking only 30 seconds. So you opt to read the FAQ. In there, it states that the original copy is disintegrated in the process. However, the company guarantees that travelers will feel perfectly normal when stepping out of their booth in Vegas. Now, what if the teleportation device malfunctions and fails to disintegrate you, but by some miracle it still creates a new you in Vegas? Well, distressingly, there are two versions of yourself with the same fingerprints, hobbies, friends, and family. Which is the real you? This thought experiment asks us to ponder on what gives our lives meaning. Are we our bodies, memories, or something even deeper? Is there even a point in asking these questions? Perhaps not. After all, we are tiny, sentient dots standing on a floating ball in a silent, empty cosmos. So what do we know? Well, very little, it would seem. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. The Earth has only been around for 4.5 billion of those years. And Homo sapiens? We've only been around for 300,000 of those years. That's a shockingly minute amount of time. To put it into perspective, if the Earth was a 100-yard football field, all of the recorded history would fit into a width of a human hair, not even a blade of grass. And we're just a pale blue dot in the infinite vastness of the universe. According to the Kepler Space Telescope, there are at least 100 billion planets within our galaxy alone. Now, even if 0.1% of these planets developed intelligent life, we'd still have 100 million civilizations in the Milky Way. Let's narrow it down further. If a conservative estimate of 1% of them developed interstellar travel, we'd have 1 million civilizations that are able to explore the vast expanses of space. If alien life was a game of probability, we should have at least one extraterrestrial neighbor. Yet there is zero evidence of life apart from what we have here on Earth. This haunting state of things is known as the Fermi paradox. Many theories float around on why we haven't run into aliens. Maybe they're all hiding. Some even believe that aliens are too far away to run into. And here's an interesting take. Perhaps the lifespans of these civilizations are short in a cosmic sense. So if there ever was or will be intelligent life, they may never last long enough to overlap with each other. If we observe the concept of life through the lens of a cosmic timescale, it makes sense. Humanity has barely been here, and we are already seeing signs of the end of our civilization. Our time here is only the blink of an eye for our cosmos, so maybe we should just learn to enjoy the silence. Okay, no, that's too quiet. Humans try to answer some of these questions using religion, and for what it's worth, I believe these claims are at least worth investigation. And I'd love to believe in a higher power, but there's one small issue with omnipotence, which is the way most gods are described. In mainstream theologies, God is described as an all-powerful being. If that's true, then it's safe to assume that he can create anything. Now, based on those rules, can God create a stone so heavy that he can't lift it? If he can lift it, then he's not all-powerful. If he can't, he's not powerful enough to create it. So, what does this say about omnipotence? Some argue that in a world with omnipotence, the rules of logic need to change. In the infamous unstoppable force versus immovable object argument, there's an interesting answer that rarely gets discussed. If there really is an unstoppable force, then by definition an immovable object cannot manifest. The same applies vice versa. Essentially, the two can't exist within the same universe. In comic books, this debate usually ends in a massive shockwave or mutual destruction. Think Superman versus Doomsday or Hulk versus the Thing. The fun answer? Depends on who's writing it. Speaking of comics, though, during the pandemic, a peculiar and embarrassing thing happened. As a global threat breezed through our atmosphere, all I could afford to think of was, damn, I can't believe the Avengers aren't real. But give me a break on this one. Here's what was going through my mind. The events of 2019's Avengers Endgame had taken the world by storm in the previous year, so it felt weird to witness an actual disaster and have no superheroes fixing things. We really were on our own. Doctor Strange wasn't going to cast a spell to cure the virus. There wasn't a greater conspiracy tying this experience to a supervillain. Things sucked for the sake of sucking. And that's a hard pill to swallow sometimes. Fiction has a strong way of hitting us like that, especially when the storytelling is relatable and personal. To experience emotions, we usually need to believe that something is real, or at least it could be. This spurs tension within our minds. On one end, we know it's fake, so we try to suppress the emotion. On the other, we can't help but react as if it's reality. Such is the paradox of fiction. A vividly realistic experience reminding us that emotions do not have to follow rational thinking. There's credible research indicating that the line between real and fiction isn't fully clear, especially when observing how our brains process that information. We can express genuine sadness over the death of a character. As strange as it seems, it's part of what makes us human. Stories evoke emotions and offer a compelling way to connect with each other. What are your most memorable fictional moments? Mine is from Star Wars, and it has bothered me since I was a kid. In 2005's Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, Obi-Wan confronts Anakin during their battle on Mustafar. He tries to convince him not to join the dark side, and Anakin responds by saying, "If you're not with me, then you're my enemy." Obi-Wan replies, "Only a Sith deals in absolutes." Now, hold on, Master Kenobi. If only the Sith deals in absolutes, doesn't that make you a Sith for saying something so absolute? If Anakin had this rebuttal, he could have made Obi-Wan see the lies in the Jedi way, teaching the real lesson that strict dogma on either side breeds hypocrisy. Pulling back from Star Wars, we do have to ask if absolute statements can be harmful. In political debates, you'll often hear something along the lines of, "You're either with us or you're against us." Is dealing in absolutes automatically wrong? Or does it reveal how complicated the truth can truly be? How can we be certain of the difference between lies and truth? Everything I'm about to say is a lie. Yes, the rumors are true. Aperture is a social experiment designed to observe whether viewers can sit through the random lies that I spew. Now, if everything I've said really is a lie, then that would make it true, meaning it's false. But then, if it's true, then it's a lie, which makes my statement false, which makes it a lie, which makes it true. Lie, false, true. This is logical loop language, a type of sentence that warps lies and truths into a Mobius strip of logic. We call it the liar's paradox. Don't be annoyed, though. Your human mind isn't playing tricks on you. At least you can acknowledge the confusion as a fun mind bender. But what about a computer? If you're a programmer, you've likely run into your fair share of errors when writing self-referential statements. After dealing with those, the liar's paradox might feel like seeing an old friend. The ways we define and communicate meaning are constantly evolving. Words aren't meant to be perfect or flawless. Sometimes we reach dead ends. Instead of calling them errors, we can give them meaning in the form of a dilemma. It's interesting to see how mistakes evolve into their own identities. For all the weirdness online, the internet remains one of the best things we've ever had. You can find almost anything you want. But within this deep ocean of knowledge, there's also a chance that you might end up in a paradox unwillingly. Imagine you're working on a school project and you stumble upon a Wikipedia article. There you find a relevant source for an obscure historical text, and it fits perfectly with your research. The article lacks a clear source for its findings, but it'll do. A few years pass and you revisit that project out of curiosity. While reading it, you decide to check out the Wikipedia article used as a reference. In there, you find that Wikipedia has finally added a citation for that historical occasion. The source is a website that references a different web page. Digging further, each thread ultimately leads back to one familiar piece at the end, a research journal citing your paper as the original source. The information is credible, but where did it truly come from? Did a time traveler cause this? This is a version of the bootstrap paradox, a mind-bending situation where something is able to manifest without an origin point. Now, this is usually linked to time travel, like a person going back in time and showing Shakespeare his own plays before he's written them, thereby making it impossible to tell who really wrote them. Here, it's not a person or object caught in a loop. Instead, it's knowledge of a historical event, one that emerges in a cycle of self-reference. There's no true beginning, but it somehow brings itself into existence. It's hard enough to figure out the start of something, but even endings are trickier, like infinity. What is infinity? To most people, it's a fancy word that means I am not bored enough to count for that long. But infinity is a lot more than we give it credit for. In fact, it's a whole new way to imagine logic, rules, and numbers. To put it into perspective, I'd like you to meet the paradox of the infinite hotel. It's a twisty thought experiment created by a mathematician, David Hilbert, that displays just how counterintuitive infinity really is. Picture a hotel with an infinite number of rooms. Now, let's say every single room is occupied with a guest. That shouldn't be a problem. After all, the hotel can make room for one more. How is that possible? If a new guest arrives and asks for a room in a normal hotel that's full, you're sleeping in the rain. In Hilbert's hotel, the manager asks every guest to move to the room with the next number, so guests in room 1 move to room 2, and 2 to 3, and so on. Because there are infinite rooms, there's always going to be a next room, so the new guest can just move into room 1. Let me crank things further, though. What happens when an infinite bus arrives at the hotel and it's carrying an infinite number of guests? To accommodate them, the manager has every existing guest move into the room that is double their current room number. So folks in room 2 will move to room 4, and 4 will move to room 8, and 3 will move to room 6, and so on. The manager made a smart decision. Since every existing guest switched to a room that's double their previous number, there's an infinite amount of free, odd-numbered rooms, allowing the hotel to accommodate the infinite new guests. Intriguing, but not too strange. But let's see if we can get weirder. If an infinite number of infinite buses arrive, each carrying an infinite number of new guests, what would happen? Sure enough, Hilbert's hotel can handle it. The manager uses a formula involving prime numbers to help. Now, this paradox only deals with countable infinity, so we're not dealing with numbers like -1, pi, factorials, and others. Strictly from 1 to infinity. Science consider countable infinity to be the lowest level of infinity, so this is only scratching the surface of infinity's weirdness. Logic often invokes a feeling that it works consistently, but when we stretch the boundaries of thinking beyond everyday situations, it's like everything we know starts to fall apart. The vast number of infinities are unpredictable, yes. However, logic's limits seep into even the most obvious deductions. You're an elf in Santa's base at the North Pole. The big man is thinking of rewarding his tenured staff. He says it's a surprise, so you won't know till the day it happens. Ho, ho, ho. Finally, after centuries of playing elf on the shelf with pesky kids, Santa has recognized your hard work. You're giddy. You even get to experience what kids feel when Christmas rolls around. To cool your nerves, you think about when the surprise will come. It's not Friday, because no surprise came on Thursday, then that makes Friday obvious. But by that logic, it can't be Thursday either. Thursday is ruled out because if Wednesday didn't happen, Thursday would be a no-brainer. You've been in the surprise game for so long, you think Santa couldn't possibly catch you off guard. Your logic is flawless, and you apply it to Wednesday, Tuesday, and Monday. To your dismay, Santa seems to have lost his touch. You conclude that there's no surprise because every day is eliminated. Bells jingle on Wednesday morning, and Santa surprises you with a monogrammed candy cane, a beautiful gift from corporate for your 3 centuries of service. You realize that it actually was a surprise, although your proof made it seem impossible. In reality, the only way it was surprising is because you proved that it wouldn't happen. Santa, in his kindness, reminds you why he is an unpredictable legend. While it's nice to anticipate truths, predictability and certainty are not the same thing. There are truths that only emerge when we don't actively anticipate them. That's how life feels sometimes. It's why we love surprises, because good things come when we least expect them. It makes us feel loved, gives us confidence. If you find yourself often lacking in confidence and filled with self-doubt, it's important to remember that confidence and doubt aren't opposites. They're partners in crime. If you've ever been so sure of something that you began to doubt it, I'm sure you can understand what I'm about to say. At the beginning of the video, I said this: I believe every statement in this video is true, and I also believe that I may have included at least one false statement. Now, if I'm certain everything that I've just said is true, why doubt myself? This is the epistemic paradox of the preface, a mind-bending loop that seems like a mental tug-of-war, 2 truths simultaneously. Being confident in my knowledge creates doubt, and doubting my knowledge boosts my confidence. It's a lot like when you're sure you locked the doors, but you still double-check, or clicking the subscribe button because you're not sure if you've done it already. Go on, do it. Life is full of contradictions, but maybe that's the point. Maybe truth isn't what's certain, it's what survives the paradox.
Has anyone ever accused you of acting like you're the center of the universe? Maybe you were 10 years old upset that your mom wouldn't take you to buy candy, or you were so focused on an upcoming project that you totally forgot to wish your coworker congratulations on their promotion. It happens to the best of us. Most of us are wired to be a little selfish. We evolved to survive, after all. Airlines even tell us to secure our oxygen masks before our children's. But being reprimanded by our parents or a friend for being a little self-obsessed is different from feeling like we are truly the only person who exists. What would that be like? Everyone and everything else being a figment of our imagination. Actually being the center of the universe. It seems like a fun what-if game to play, but if you think about it long enough, could it make sense? Are you sure the phone you're holding in your hands is even real? Could you be certain that the woman you just bought a coffee from was indeed there? The only thing we can be certain of is our own mind. At least that's what the philosophy of solipsism tells us. Solipsism is an extreme type of skepticism that anything external from our minds does not exist. The outside world, other people, their thoughts and emotions simply don't exist outside of our perception of them. Solipsism is presented as an explanation for what the external world actually is. It basically says it isn't anything. It's make-believe, imaginary, literally in our heads. The house we live in, the people we love, the car we drive, and the food we eat, they are our perception. The sky, the moon, the whole solar system are merely figments of our own minds. Solipsism equates the existence of anything with one's personal experiences, thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. They are the only things we can be certain of as individuals. It tells us that we are, indeed, the center of the universe. Many philosophers have argued similar ideas to solipsism, trying to solve the gap between our perception of things and their actual existence. For example, George Berkeley similarly wanted to know if things we did not see actually existed. He asked the classic question, if a tree falls in the woods and there's no one around to hear it, does it make a noise? He answered, no, that something, like the noise the tree makes, only exists if someone can perceive it. But he didn't go as far as solipsism takes us. He felt that solipsists were actually absurd. He reasoned that if a solipsist thinks their mind is the only thing in existence, then it can't be perceived by anything or anyone else. If it can't be perceived, then it cannot exist. If the only thing that existed was the mind and its perception, then the actual world wouldn't be there, and then we'd be what? Nothing. Maybe we would live in the Matrix, living in an illusion, a figment of someone else's perception that only some know isn't real. But the thing about the idea of the Matrix, or for that matter, solipsism in general, is that it doesn't really appeal to common sense. We know that our dog exists because we just do. Solipsism is more about logic. We can think to ourselves, I only have direct access to the contents of my own mind, sensory experiences, thoughts, and memories. These contents are completely private. I might share them, but no one really knows them besides me. At the same time, I'm unable to access anyone else's mind, so I can only infer their existence indirectly. Therefore, the only thing of certainty is that my mind exists. We can't logically assert anything else, so we end up sealed in this prison cell of our perception of the world around us. We experience our own mind in every single moment of our lives, but simply assume that other people are having the same lived experience. We will never be sure that they actually possess thoughts and emotions like we do. Natural selection gave us the capacity for theory and the ability to intuit other people's emotions and intentions. It also gave us the ability to deceive one another in fear that we are being deceived. Ironically, wouldn't the ultimate deception be pretending to be conscious when someone is not? Solipsism prevents us from knowing if this deception is actually happening by reminding us that the intentions of other people and things can never truly be known. We lack what neuroscientist Christoph Koch calls a consciousness meter, a device that would measure consciousness in the same way that a thermometer measures temperature. Without any sort of instrument, we rely on our own preconceptions that other human consciousness is akin to our own. Because the elusive consciousness meter is an impossibility, theories of consciousness like solipsism are endless and completely speculative. There are different degrees of solipsism that answer that question. For example, metaphysical solipsism tells us that definitely the self is the only existing reality. But then there's methodological solipsism, which goes even further and says that the brain is actually a part of the external world because it only exists in response to what is on the outside. In this branch of the philosophy, the only thing that is certain are thoughts. Therefore, we can reject solipsism but still understand that the feeling of being estranged from others and perhaps confronting the idea that we are alone. There's no way to know if what we perceive exists outside our minds. Could we fully be dreaming of our world? Solipsism tells us that we might be. It rejects the idea that we can assume the existence of other people's consciousness and presents something known as the problem of other minds. The problem of other minds is the basis of solipsism. It says that since we can't enter other people's heads and see the world from their point of view, it's impossible to prove that they exist. We can't feel their sadness, anger, or joy. We can, though, understand that our emotions are real. When someone dies, we feel the pit of deep grief inside of us. When we fall in love, it feels like an explosion inside our consciousness. We know that these feelings are real because, well, we feel them. But what about other people's feelings? One of the criticisms of solipsism is its close relation to narcissism. Recently, it seems like you can't go on your phone, watch TV, or even have a conversation with a friend without the idea of self-care coming up. For some, this might just mean a weekly yoga class or enjoying a face mask before they go to bed, but the line is thin between extreme self-care and self-worship. Putting ourselves first can be healthy, but valuing only ourselves leads to broken relationships, isolation, and even struggles with mental health. Unfortunately for those who believe in solipsism, the philosophy supports the rather narcissistic idea that our mind is the only mind that matters. This can therefore be defined as self-centered, putting our worldviews, mental states, and opinions above everyone else, because if our mind is the only one that is sure to exist, why wouldn't we? Now, of course, most people can discern between their own thoughts and emotions and those of their friends, family, co-workers, and even strangers. This idea called mentalization is the ability to suspend what you know or perceive so you can acknowledge someone else's experience. Basically, to have empathy and put yourself in someone else's shoes. It can be hard. Our world is more divided than it's ever been. It seems impossible sometimes to accept someone else's point of view, especially if it's contrary to your own. But stepping outside of our experience and accepting different perspectives is one way to avoid the pitfalls of narcissism. Solipsism, however, says we can't do this. It tells us that we can't look beyond ourselves to see these other perspectives because that person, their mind, and their view of the world simply does not exist. Like anything, solipsism can be taken to the extreme. In what's known unofficially as solipsism syndrome, a person feels that the only reality is the reality of their mind. Actual reality isn't real. They might feel plagued by feelings of loneliness, detachment, or indifference to anything outside their own thoughts, restricted to looking at the world from a single window. Solipsism syndrome isn't officially recognized by the American Psychiatric Association, but disorders like depersonalization-derealization disorder describe similar symptoms. These issues of mental health can go even further in solipsism OCD. When someone has OCD, they have intrusive thoughts, urges, visions, and fears that preoccupy elements of their life. Solipsism OCD is when those intrusive thoughts all revolve around the idea that you might be all alone in this universe. Imagine that for a moment feeling trapped in a make-believe world, questioning everything you see, hear, and feel from anyone or anything you encounter over the course of your entire life. It's a scary thought and a lonely one too. When people suffer from solipsism OCD, they experience never-ending doubt and work day in and day out to find some sort of proof that they aren't alone. Their lives become a cycle of questioning and fear. They'll seek reassurance from other people that their mind isn't the only mind. Of course, the theories behind solipsism tell us that reassurance in the form of someone else can never exist. Like solipsism syndrome, solipsism OCD tends to be found in people who spend long periods of time alone. Think about astronauts who live in space, sometimes alone. Then here on Earth, there are people who constantly turn inward and lose their connection with others. By relying on their own minds this much, they can become convinced that their mind might be alone in this universe. Because of these potential extremes, there has always been an attempt to refute solipsism. Logical rejection has proven elusive. Solipsism is, after all, squarely based in logic. Instead, people argue against its likelihood rather than trying to prove a reasoned-out rebuttal. We might ask the question, how could a single mind conjure up an endless universe of experiences, items, people, and places? This video you're watching right now, the Mona Lisa, the Berlin Wall, your mother, your pet, your job, is everything out there created by some deep, inaccessible part of our mind? Seems unlikely. Some more specific rejections of solipsism come in religion. If a god exists, then he, she, or it watches over us and knows our thoughts. This means that we can't be isolated in our own experience. We'll always have a higher power than our own mind. Art also offers a counter to solipsism by striving to tell us how someone else feels. Art presents opportunities for empathy. Art even explores the depths of one's own mind just like solipsism does. In Charlie Kaufman's film I'm Thinking of Ending Things, other people are just projections of the disturbed protagonist. Kaufman asks us to think about what it might feel like to question the existence of everything but ourselves. Art is a way of venting our own anxiety about the idea that we might be alone in the world. And perhaps that venting is our way of avoiding narcissism or something even worse. What might be the ultimate rebuttal to solipsism? Maybe love. Love is transcendent between two minds, and it's the feeling of knowing someone else from the inside and feeling like they know you in the same way. This extreme emotional connection breaks the barrier between two consciousnesses. However, even in love, that barrier can come back up just long enough to remind us that we are, indeed, separate from the other person. And in that moment of separation, do we come back to your existential question? Are they all in our head? But without descending into existential fear, what can we take away from the ideas behind solipsism? We can understand that we will always face the limitations of our own reasoning. We can't refute an idea like solipsism, so we just have to let it exist as a possibility. We can't escape our own minds, we can't step outside ourselves no matter how hard we try. And we'll only ever experience life with the minds that we have. But maybe that's reassuring and even motivating. That we only get one mind, so we might as well embrace it and use it to its full capacity. With that one mind, might we diffuse the power of a singular idea like solipsism? Because solipsism demands certainty, it sets unrealistic expectations for knowledge. Maybe we can't rule it out, but we can't rule out a lot of stuff, like Bigfoot or aliens. In fact, we aren't actually certain about most things, but that doesn't mean we don't accept them as true. We embrace our loved ones as full humans with emotions and consciousness that we try to be kind to. We look at beautiful mountains with wonder and think about the millions of years of erosion and weather that went into making them. We are experts at living without certainty. It's what we do every day. So if the mind is the only thing that is certain, as solipsism tells us, maybe we can enjoy that one bit of fact. But beyond our mind, there's a lot of uncertainty that we can embrace rather than fear. Hey, if you like the videos we make and would want to support us to make bigger and better projects, we've recently just updated the Patreon. We have different tiers with perks like access to a private Discord server, a peek behind the curtains to hear from the team that makes these videos, discounts on all the merch we'll create in the future, and many more perks that will be decided by you guys, the patrons. If you don't have the means, then please don't feel obligated in any way. Subscribing and watching these videos is more than enough support, but if you do have the means and want to support in some way, then this is the best way to do so. The link is in the description. Thanks for watching. When I started this YouTube channel, I became fixated on the day it would succeed. I stopped going out with friends and spent almost every waking moment working towards and dreaming about the future. When I did manage to go out with friends, I spent all my time daydreaming. I was stuck imagining a far-off future, a future that would never come. Don't get me wrong, objectively this channel is successful, and all of you who choose to watch these videos have literally changed my whole life. But the future I dreamed of will never come, because there's always something more to chase, something bigger and better to look forward to. Many of us live life like this. We spend most of our time preoccupied with things that don't exist and very little time enjoying the things that do. When we're not fixating on the future, we're being haunted by the past. We spend our nights curled up in bed thinking about the wrong choices we've made in the past and what we wish we'd done instead. As a culture, we're obsessed with time. We're both haunted by the past and dreading the future. But the truth is that the future and the past don't exist. We might think that the past and the future are as real as the present, but that's the illusion of time. In reality, the present is the only thing that exists or can exist. A clock tracks movement like the rotation of the Earth in our orbit around the Sun, but its measurement of time isn't objective. There is only the present, and its direction is forward. The past can be accessed by our memories or recordings, but even this access is tremendously limited. Our memory is fallible. We often misremember critical details of events and can be influenced to think we did something we never did. Memory itself is known to get less accurate each time we think to reflect on it. And when video is available, it doesn't give you the first-person experience. It's only a tiny piece of the past that doesn't truly capture what it was like to be there or the full range of emotions you felt at the time. The past is just a previous experience of the present. It doesn't exist. The future hasn't happened yet. We might prepare for conditions like rain later in the week. Many of us will make plans for a satisfying career. But these things don't exist, and there's a fair chance they won't ever exist. The forecast is often wrong, and careers rarely go as planned. If you continue to obsess over the past and the future, you'll never truly live a full life. You'll be too busy thinking about the moments that have either already passed or are yet to come. You'll forget to be present and to take it all in. Whereas animals live primarily in the present, humans have strong memories. We can bind time together. This can be helpful from a survival standpoint. Our species anticipates the future and prepares for it now. This was necessary for humans to successfully survive threats and to develop more complex societies. Early humans carved spears to take down woolly mammoths. They realized that if they made these weapons now, they'd have a better chance of killing a giant beast tomorrow. They also anticipated that a mammoth would provide sustenance for a long time. And by preparing for the future, they significantly increased their odds of survival. This ability to plan for the future is why we're here today, but we've paid a heavy price for that practical sense of time. And that price is our happiness, our peace of mind. We're too stuck in the future to be at ease now. We make it all seem okay by telling ourselves the big lie. According to the British philosopher Alan Watts, this notorious untruth is that we think we'll be happy in our imagined future. But it never comes. When that future does arrive, according to our current definition of time, we'll be stuck in another imagined future. Our minds will be focused on the future until our bodies no longer have a pulse. It's like a donkey chasing a carrot on a string. We can never get closer to our meal, and our appetite will never go away. To an observer, the donkey is foolish, but from a first-person perspective, we're convinced of the illusion. We don't see the string or the stick, only the carrot and the promise that it holds. Many of us are stuck in a future when we'll be happy, healthy, and have the job of our dreams. We get so obsessed about what our financial future could be that we don't realize we need to work in the present to create that future. Our memories control our lives, and we make decisions about the present and the future based on what happened in the past. Using our memory, we limit the possibilities of the present. We assume we can't do something because we weren't able to do it in the past. We avoid going places and doing things because we've previously had poor experiences with them. Sometimes we decline offers because they conflict with our sense of who we are, based on our past understanding of our identity. You may think of yourself as self-sufficient, but what about those moments when you truly need help? People have died clinging to their identity as self-sufficient, and why? Because they're tied to a past that doesn't even exist. Our schools train us to always look for the next ladder to climb. The present is mostly considered beneath us, and we criticize those who live in the moment because they're not preparing for the future. They're focused on now, which by our cultural standards It is often regarded as antisocial behavior. We invent gadgets for productivity thinking they will give us more time. It's like saying you can enjoy more moments if you buy the next piece of tech. But all we end up doing is anticipating the next upgrade or the next big innovation. That's why the most popular question that tech reviewers get is, should I buy this now or wait for the next one? And when we get the new technology, we use it to escape the now rather than embrace it. For over 15 years, we've had the ultimate tool for fleeing the present, our smartphones. We turn to our phones whenever we're idle or in any situation without something purposeful to do, and we feel a panic from the present and escape it by seeking out the past and future on our mobile. We make plans with text conversations or by opening up the calendar. We browse news about what's already happened or read predictions about what will happen next. Alerts are set in the Reminders app, and we accept notifications to warn us about anything and everything that isn't in our present moment. When's the next ball game? What are the best beach resorts? Where's the price of housing headed? We're constantly searching for answers about the future instead of enjoying the present. On social media, we look at images of the lives of others, and we project ourselves into a future where we're on vacation, like our social media connections. Or we look back on the trips we've taken in the past, and with regret, we wish we'd planned things differently. It's not so easy to live in the present. Sitting still gives us anxiety as a survival mechanism. Preparing for the future and anxiety are intrinsically connected. We're not planning for the future when we're in the moment. It can feel a bit like closing your eyes when you're driving. You're not looking at what's ahead to avoid disaster. But we've evolved beyond the point where survival needs to occupy our minds. Always, at least. In fact, many of our jobs are only connected to survival because they provide us with an income to buy food and shelter. We've got free time outside of our occupations. At the very least, we should enjoy our free time by living in it. Our smartphones open a gateway to filling that time with plans for the future. Many of us will prepare our next workday or respond to emails about the past. We ignore the people around us and become more distant from them. Relationships are all about the present, and one of the ways you can tell they're not going so well is if one or both partners aren't very present. The more we try to escape the present moment, the more we neglect our relationships. And ironically, many of our plans are intended to strengthen our relationships. We save for retirements and vacations. In other words, we're planning for a time when we can exist in the moment. But when that time comes, we'll be stuck thinking about another future instead of enjoying the one we're in. Of course, global issues make living in the moment particularly challenging. The climate is changing due to humans creating greenhouse gas emissions, a legitimate threat to our survival. We need to do what we can to prevent catastrophes in the future, but we shouldn't let that steal the present from us. Otherwise, we'll only be saving a future that we won't even be bothered to live in. Alan Watts was a student of Eastern philosophy. He studied Buddhism, Zen Buddhism, Taoism, Hinduism, and more. And from his studies, he took away the importance of being present and methods of living in the now. Distilling these religious concepts made him very popular in the West. He wasn't a proper scholar in the strict sense, but he wrote a lot of books on these subjects and gave a lot of entertaining lectures. Some of his teachings are a bit dated now, but his distilled messages are still as relevant as the future continues to haunt us at every turn. Watts had a particular interest in Zen Buddhism. It emphasizes being here and now, but also goes much deeper than that. Unlike the teachings of Buddha, Zen Buddhists believe that achieving a permanent state of enlightenment, or nirvana, was impossible. We can only try for fleeting moments of pure essence, called satori. These are moments when we're so perfectly in the present that we're cut off completely from the past and the future. We experience the present without our ingrained interpretation of the world around us. We don't see chairs as chairs, we see no chairs. Words fail to capture Zen, as do logic and our schematic laws of thought. In explaining Zen to you, I am failing to demonstrate Zen. That's why Zen masters often respond to questions by raising a finger. Alan Watts would hit a symbol in an attempt to demonstrate Zen. The idea isn't to murder the mind or bring it to nothingness. Zen is an affirmation. It wants to put you in direct contact with your mind in order to give you peace. Zen Buddhists believe in the inner purity inside us and that getting closer to it should be our ultimate goal. In achieving Zen, the past and the future won't bother you. As forms of structured thought, the past and future have no way to enter your mind. They don't exist in Zen, they don't exist at all. When Watts speaks of time as an illusion, he's suggesting that we aren't doomed to live as beings stifled by time. Like the Zen Buddhists, we can live in the present. Even when we aren't striving for moments of satori, we can still free ourselves from the tyranny of the past and the future. Carpe diem. Seize the day. To better understand how to live in the present moment, watch this video on hedonism. Imagine living a life filled with happiness and pain, love and grief, ambition and despair. A life with parents, kids, grandkids, and ultimately, the death of everyone, including yourself. And then it all happens again in the same way. You make the same choices, the same people die in the same way, and your reaction is the same. I'm describing the existentialist philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche's concept of eternal recurrence. It's a hypothetical notion he put forward as an exercise in overcoming yourself to affirm all of life. In order to become who you are and realize your full potential, you need to confront the limiting aspects of your character. Eternal recurrence was meant to be an excruciating thought, but many people have interpreted it as the opposite. Some of us find the idea of re-experiencing our lives to be exciting. We cling to our experiences and our consciousness. We hate the idea of letting our lives go or losing our cherished memories. Similarly, the idea of rebirth in Hinduism and Buddhism get people excited. We want our consciousness to live on, even if it's in another body. In both of these religions, the idea of rebirth isn't supposed to be positive. You're supposed to work towards ending the cycle of rebirth by embracing the principles and practices of Hindu and Buddhist thought. Until recently, this notion of rebirth had some cosmological relevance in the theory known as the Big Crunch. The idea is that the expanding cosmos will eventually collapse back into itself and reform into a singularity that could spark another Big Bang. In this process, instead of the universe expanding forever, it would reach a point where its size would start to decrease. This would eventually cause gravity to become the dominant force. The universe would shrink and eventually collapse onto itself, and the cycle would continue over and over again, a cyclical rebirth of the universe. It's an idea that sparks hope that life could begin again. We wouldn't be left with a cold, empty universe. And maybe our consciousness would be reborn again somehow in this process, just like in Nietzsche's hypothetical concept. Trillions of years from now, we will live on. Sadly, this theory of the universe isn't the most likely according to modern physics. In the late 1990s, astronomers studied 42 supernovae. These are white dwarf stars that siphon gas from a companion star. The increase in mass causes a runaway nuclear reaction that ultimately leads to a very bright explosion, a supernova. After studying these supernovae, they discovered something that would change how we understand the universe. Distant supernovae were dimmer than they expected. Why does this matter? Well, if the expansion of the universe was slowing down, as we formerly expected, then the supernovae would be brighter. But the fact that they were dimmer meant that the universe's expansion is actually speeding up. This speeding up went against our understanding of gravity in the universe, so either Einstein's theory of gravity is wrong, or there's something else at play. Some new components in the universe that we hadn't accounted for. That something is a force called dark energy. Dark energy is believed to be virtual matter that pops in and out of existence. It doesn't interfere with energy conservation, and instead of pulling like gravity, it pushes. According to astronomers, the universe is made up of 69% dark energy and 26% dark matter, both of which are invisible. Everything we can see, like the stars, planets, all the trees, places, and people that have ever existed, only make up 4.9% of the universe. The remaining 0.1% are neutrinos, and 0.01% are photons. The force of dark energy is believed to be a constant, expanding the universe continuously without stopping or regressing. The impact of this dark energy is that the expansion of the universe will never slow down. Eventually, the universe will expand so much that no distant galaxy will be visible from our own Milky Way, and by then, our galaxy would have merged with the neighboring galaxies. The end result here is what's known as the Big Freeze, or the heat death of the universe. Due to the endless expansion, all heat will be distributed evenly across the universe, leaving the cosmos in a final resting state at just above absolute zero. Entropy is the measurement of everything in the universe moving from order to disorder. According to a thermodynamic principle, entropy will increase until it reaches its maximum value, and when entropy has reached this value, all the heat in the universe would have been evenly distributed. There will be no more room for usable heat energy, and once there's no heat, there is nothing. Star formation will have ended long before this, The universe would be so vast that its gas supplies would be spread too thin for any new stars to be born. Galaxies will be gone and all matter will be locked inside black holes. Eventually, even the black holes will disappear. This dark era will last way longer than any other period of the universe. Time will be almost infinite at this point. Time began with the Big Bang, and it likely ends with the Big Freeze. Mechanical motion in the universe will cease altogether. Nothing will ever happen again. The universe will effectively be dead. But is this heat death a sure thing? Just like everything else, not exactly. The assumption the Big Freeze makes is that the force of dark energy is a constant, but according to our best measurements, there's a bit of uncertainty about whether dark energy is a constant. It's also possible that the force of dark energy will just eventually change. Dark energy could become stronger, and even if it gets just a bit stronger, it could lead to another theory of the universe's end, the Big Rip. This is where the pull of the universe's expansion becomes stronger than the gravity it contains. This would effectively tear the visible universes apart, including galaxies, stars, black holes, and planets. The universe would be left with disconnected particles, somewhat reminiscent of the way heat energy is evenly distributed in the Big Freeze. Dark energy could also become weaker. Gravity would then win its struggle with the dark energy, and the universe would collapse, and this becomes the Big Crunch scenario again. If you were to make a bet right now about how the universe might end, the smart money would be on the Big Freeze. It's most likely, given what astronomers have observed, that dark energy will remain a constant. Thinking of the universe ending can induce a feeling of panic. We have a hard time imagining our world ending or even our lives. The default way of life is to fight against death. When someone dies in the hospital, we assume that everything possible was done to prevent death and are outraged if that wasn't the case. Horror films reaffirm the underlying assumption that death is to be feared. Death is so terrible to so many of us that the genre is called horror. We can't imagine anything worse than death. To cope with death, we imagine a future where our bodies are no longer the end of our consciousness. Futurists talk about a time when our minds will simply be uploaded to a simulation. But as much as we want to fight it, death is inevitable, and as best as we can determine from our current understanding of the universe, it all comes to an end. Motion ends, and if time still exists, it'll have no relevance. Is it possible to accept the inevitable without imagining an afterlife or any kind of escape from nothingness? The Greek philosopher Epicurus had an angle that might help. He asks you to imagine what it's like being dead, but you can't actually imagine being dead. Death is an absence of existence. There is no perspective from a view of nothingness. Death isn't an experience, it's nothing to us. You won't feel the pain of absence or nothingness because that would require a perspective. Pain is rightfully feared because it is an experience, but death is no experience. Fearing it is pointless. Why should I fear death? If I am, death is not. If death is, I am not. Further reinforcing this idea is the Roman poet Lucretius. In the 1st century BCE, he insisted that your pre-existence is the same as death. And just like death, we can't imagine what it's like to not exist before we were born. We don't fear our pre-existence just as we shouldn't fear our post-existence. I do not expect that intellectualizing away the fear of death will be entirely effective in getting rid of it, but it can potentially calm the mind somewhat when the fear of death overwhelms too often. In truth, we don't want to be completely fearless of our morality anyway. That would probably be a reckless life that leads to needless harm to yourself and potentially others. And it doesn't address the fear of losing others. This is a painful experience regardless of your perspective. Life is inevitably painful, and one day, the universe will be devoid of it. You, me, and almost everything we know. Unless, of course, despite our most likely predictions, the cycle continues. But I'm afraid that might be wishful thinking or require a leap of faith. If you're struggling with the fear of death or you're grieving the loss of a loved one, I suggest you watch this video. It's helped thousands of people, and I hope it'll help you too. You wake up in the morning and you go to work. You spend 8 hours typing away at your desk on a job you once loved but now kind of just tolerate. Once it's 5 p.m. you go home, make dinner, and watch TV, only to do it all over again the next day. You play sports or catch up with friends at a local bar on the weekend and life's good, but you still feel like something is missing. You were excited when you got the job, you loved finding new recipes to cook every evening and catching up with friends on the weekend, which used to be your favorite pastime. But over time, these things that used to excite you have become stale, mundane, and boring. You think to yourself, if I can just get a big enough raise to buy a new car and go on this extravagant vacation, then I'll be happy. Now imagine you get that well-deserved promotion and a healthy raise, and suddenly you're going on those vacations you once dreamt of, driving a nicer car, and receiving more status and respect in the workplace. Your quality of life has been significantly upgraded, and finally you feel like you're fulfilling your potential. Fancy restaurants, rubbing elbows with influential people. Your life feels new and almost foreign compared to where you came from. Yet in a year or so, your once brand new Porsche just becomes your daily driver. All the imported sushi starts to taste the same, and while you still frequent white sandy beaches and pristine ski slopes, these places have lost their allure. You've completely changed your life, but you're still in the same position you were before you got the promotion. Those things that used to excite you have become stale, mundane, and boring. This is hedonic adaptation, the reason why you'll never be happy. Hedonic adaptation is the tendency to return to a base level of happiness, even when undergoing profound periods of positive or negative change. Life is like a treadmill. Things are always moving. Children are born, loved ones die, you buy a house, you lose a job. Yet despite all these changes, you stay in relatively the same place, never moving significantly forward or backward. I think we've all heard the phrase more money, more problems, and to an extent, this is true. Think about the casualness with which the uber-rich fly private and outsource their domestic labor to a fleet of assistants and personal support workers. While these might seem like luxuries to you and me, they quickly become the norm to someone whose daily life revolves in this sphere. According to hedonic adaptation theory, we adjust to the changes that happen to us quite quickly, incorporating them seamlessly into our everyday life. And it doesn't matter whether you're rich, poor, healthy, or sick. Everyone, for the most part, has a relatively stable emotional state. It seems logical to assume that those with more resources or those who lead more adventurous, thrilling lives should be happier. Likewise, those who are disadvantaged in life should be unhappy. But that's not the case, at least not according to the psychologists David Brickman and Donald Campbell, who popularized the theory of hedonic adaptation. These researchers studied a group of lottery winners and asked them to assess their happiness levels. They did a similar survey for people who were recently seriously injured. The lottery winners claimed to have a spike of happiness when they initially won, and not surprisingly, the injured people reported a dip in happiness when they were first hurt. What was surprising though is that both groups had comparable baseline happiness levels over time. These findings suggest that dramatic life changes, good or bad, don't significantly improve or diminish your overall happiness level. Life's new reality forces you to establish a routine, and your happiness level adjusts accordingly. Now, that's not to say that these peaks and valleys don't affect you. Your baseline of happiness can shift up or down, suggesting that your happiness is somewhat in your control. The more your life improves, the higher your baseline becomes, and big positive life changes, like marriage or having children, can make your day-to-day brighter. Advancing in your career, committing to volunteer work, or getting a pet can have a similar effect. The inverse is true for negative experiences. Developing a chronic illness, experiencing the death of a loved one, or a divorce can change your life forever, and sometimes for the worse. You can see a distinct separation of your life and a significant difference between before and after the event. Trauma and grief color your once happy life in shades of gray. Though you're not as happy as you once were, things do even out over time. You've adapted to your new circumstance and can make it through your day without wallowing in despair, even though your overall happiness has diminished. Hedonic adaptation teaches us that your baseline happiness will never match those extreme highs and lows. Instead, it might increase or decrease in increment, just barely. The shifting of your baseline of happiness suggests that, to some degree, your happiness is within your control. While much of your happiness is determined by circumstance, you can make choices that affect your baseline. It requires some self-honesty and evaluation. You must pay close attention to what in life spikes your happiness. Is it when you spend time with family or when you travel? The more complicated part is confronting and changing negative patterns that could prevent you from having a higher baseline level of happiness. Maybe you have a toxic friendship or you're burnt out at work. Everyone's situation is unique. And I know it's not as simple as snapping your fingers and fixing your life, but you do have some power to raise your happiness levels. You can end bad relationships and work towards changing careers. When stuck on the hedonic treadmill, it can feel like nothing will change, that you're doomed to be running in place forever, and in some ways that is true. But when you make decisions with your baseline level of happiness in mind, your time on the hedonic treadmill is not such a slog. Also, just because you're generally happy doesn't mean your life won't feel boring. It's not like people with high baselines of happiness always jump out of bed every morning rejoicing in the thrill of being alive. In fact, the higher your baseline, the more difficult it is to experience those immense periods of happiness. Peaks of joy aren't so steep when you live a relatively privileged and fulfilled life. An income raise might mean little to you if you're already making lots of money. If you travel a lot, seeing a new city might not seem that exciting. You could be stuck in a cycle in which you're numb to all external stimuli. It's not a bad problem to have, as it's a symptom of a good life. But still, it's surprisingly easy to become bored and unhappy with a perfectly satisfactory life. Melancholy might persist, which leads to persistent pleasure seeking, and unfortunately our culture facilitates the constant pursuit of ultimate happiness. Advertising, social media, and video games flood our brains with dopamine, gluing us to the screens, and our attention is devoted to our devices, and our happiness levels are distorted. While scrolling, we experience a constant peak of synthetic happiness, but when the shopping spree or the Netflix binge is over, we crash back down onto our hedonic treadmill, and our everyday lives start to feel lackluster. Pleasure seeking isn't a negative impulse. We can't have an enjoyable life without pleasure. It motivates us, boosts our mood, and allows us to enjoy our lives. But often the joy readily available to us is like candy, overly sweet and lacking substance. Experiencing substantial pleasure is about exercising control. You might have a favorite snack or TV show. Dedicating a time and place to indulge makes those sweet things you love about life even more pleasurable. If you had your favorite snack every day, you might come to take it for granted. It becomes part of your routine and incorporates into your baseline happiness level. This is why rituals and traditions are so important. They're special pockets of time allotted to enjoying and celebrating life. When you feel like you're in a rut, thinking back to how you felt when you had that significant life change is a great way to be more appreciative of your current norm. Practicing gratitude is another great way to dampen the effects of hedonic adaptation. And it might seem cliche and cringe to some, mainly because gratitude is wedged in with the sometimes problematic categories of self-care and self-help. There's a whole video about the complexities of toxic positivity and self-help, which you can check out after this, but I think the trick to doing it well is expressing gratitude in a way that works for you. Maybe that's meditation or journaling. It could be cooking yourself a nice meal or watching a sunrise. It can happen in a small amount while on your commute or waiting for the kettle to boil, where you pause and just reflect on how lucky you are to have the life you have. You can also do a little thought experiment with yourself every once in a while to check in. Where were you 5 years ago, 6 months ago? Compare your past self to your current self. How has your life changed for the better? Has anything happened that has made life more challenging? By its nature, hedonic adaptation blinds us from reflecting on change. We adapt and move on without significantly noticing how we grow and shift throughout life. But when you put yourselves, past and present, in comparison, you can see the patterns. You can feel proud of where you came from and see what you could do better about your current situation. Comparing your past and present is a really great way to step off of the hedonic treadmill for a moment and assess your life for what it really is. You'll quickly see that regular days lead to profound change over time, and a stagnant, emotionally stable life can still be one in which you flourish. Coming to terms with this allows you to accept your life despite its mundaneness. The very normalness of your life is what makes it livable. Think about how exhausted you would be if you were constantly experiencing the peaks and valleys of human emotion. It's a kind of blessing that nothing happens most days. Hedonic adaptation helps us confront and accept the fleeting nature of life. Appreciating our adaptability is essential and reassuring, even when life feels tumultuous. While you might not always feel your absolute happiness, you can build a life where you enjoy living day in and day out. Our lives weren't meant to feel like roller coasters. The dramas of highs and lows are unsustainable. Maybe life was meant to feel like a slow-moving train, peacefully chugging along in a loop. At this pace, it's easy to appreciate the scenery around you and where you are in life, even if you're not moving anywhere significant. Hedonic adaptation gives us this gift. Amid melancholy or boredom, it can be challenging to see it as such, but in those quiet moments, indulging in life's mundanity is important. Find beauty in stagnancy and consistency so that when a peak of happiness comes, you can enjoy it to the fullest extent. Hedonic adaptation teaches us to embrace boredom, but today's society seems to overindulge in overstimulation. Watch this video to find out why that's dangerous. Imagine you're going blind. The world slowly becomes a blur. You can no longer see your family or your friends, you can't see the beauty of a mountain landscape or the ripples in the ocean. Then a YouTuber comes around offering to give you the gift of sight. This is exactly what happened in January of 2023 when Mr. Beast found 1,000 people suffering from cataracts and then offered them a simple surgery to regain their eyesight. The surgery, which takes 10 minutes, cured them forever. Was Mr. Beast playing God and reversing the course of nature? Science and technology have given people new limbs with prosthetic advancement. It's cured people of immeasurable pain, like Victoria Gray, a 37-year-old mother from Mississippi who was born with the blood disorder sickle cell disease and has endured lengthy hospital stays and debilitating fatigue. In 2019, the controversial gene editing technology CRISPR cured her of her pain and transformed her life. Was that playing God? Or how about this? In 2018, a doctor in China used CRISPR to genetically engineer 2 baby girls to be resistant to HIV. For context, since the beginning of its epidemic, between 65 million and 113 million people have been infected with HIV, and of those people, around 40 million have lost their lives. Yet when this doctor genetically engineered these baby girls to be resistant to this life-threatening disease, he was arrested, with many accusing him of trying to play God. Our attempts to make scientific and technological advances often leave us confronting the harm they can do. Genetically modified food can make food more accessible, but it threatens economies and environments in places like the Congo. Lab-grown meat reduces the emissions of greenhouse gases but puts farmers out of business. These are the unintended consequences of trying to play God. Humans have always tried to overcome nature, whether it was ancient Chinese blowing ground-up smallpox scabs into people's noses, like an early vaccine, or building wooden prosthetic limbs that operated with pulleys and strings. We've persistently worked to make life easier and safer. In the year 1800, global life expectancy was only 29 years old, and until the late 1800s, people thought that infectious diseases could be caught by breathing smelly air, so they would reduce their chances of getting sick by breathing through the bunches of flowers. Seriously. But the medical advancements that emerged in the 19th and 20th centuries made us drastically healthier. After a cholera outbreak in 1854, British Dr. John Snow drew a map and discovered that all of the victims lived near the same water pump. The government removed the pump and the cholera outbreak stopped. This was the beginning of germ theory, which helps us understand diseases like COVID and how they spread from one person to another. Modern surgery techniques and simple hand-washing protocols make hospitals safe for us all. While generally the outcomes of medical advances like these are positive, there can be unintended consequences that we aren't prepared for, like an aging global population. 200 years ago, global life expectancy was only 29 years, and today it's 73. The reality of these advancements is that while some get to enjoy the fruits of innovation, others are left behind. Clean drinking water limits the spread of harmful bacteria and chemicals, yet around 26% of the world's population doesn't have access to safe drinking water. Worse, around 46% lack access to basic sanitation. Even how long we get to live isn't equal. People in high-income countries like Japan are expected to live 3 decades longer than people in low-income nations like the Central African Republic. But life expectancy differences due to imbalances in income can exist even in the same city. In 2015, in Baltimore, a city in Maryland, USA, life expectancy in one wealthy neighborhood was 19 years higher than in poorer communities just 3 miles away. What would our world become when some people become gods, living long, healthy lives while others remain mere mortals, barely able to live long enough to see their grandchildren? But that's not all. Over the years, birth rates have slowed due to advancements in contraception, family planning, and more gender equality in the workplace. Not only are our life expectancies increasing, but without the infusion of babies, the population on average is getting older. And this means that the labor forces, economic growth, and social support systems are under a lot more stress, and more people are at risk of age-related diseases like dementia, vision loss, and cardiovascular disease. A longer life doesn't always mean a healthier life. Thanks to medical advancements, people can live longer while still being chronically sick or disabled. In fact, with the drastic increase in life expectancy, disability rates have remained constant. The question of why life persists even in the most difficult circumstances is one I can't answer. Philosophers for millennia have tried and failed, but the reality is if we want to keep enjoying the benefits of living longer, these things need to improve. We need to improve public health care and elder care. With an older population, there's more need for social support since more people are retired. And even though there's been leaps in gender equality and it's put more women in the workforce, as the population ages, women are often expected to leave work and become caregivers. Those strides for women's rights and independence could be reversed. The United Nations wants countries to adopt policies to reduce the negative impacts of an aging population, like reforming pension systems, raising the retirement age, eliminating barriers for older people in the workforce, and developing long-term care strategies for caregivers. Now, while none of us would ever argue that we should get rid of sterile surgical instruments or functioning sanitation systems, the people who developed them probably weren't thinking about how thin our healthcare and social systems would be stretched a century later. On the other hand, our current technological and scientific advances are so fast-paced that we don't have to wait 100 years to be hit in the face with their unintended consequences. Like GMOs, or genetically modified organisms, for example, in their relatively short life they've already caused so much controversy. In the simplest terms, GMOs are animals or plants whose DNA has been altered with the goal of improving the genetic makeup of the organism or getting rid of unwanted characteristics. Scientists mainly study genetically modified animals to learn more about health and disease, but a few of them, like GMO salmon, end up in our food supply, and whether or not we should be eating genetically modified animals can be a conversation for another day, but that's not even the main controversy surrounding GMOs. And for that, we have to look at the global fruit and vegetable supply. The first genetically engineered plants produced for consumption showed up in the 1990s, but today 90% of corn, soybeans, and sugar beets are genetically modified. But there's a good reason for this. Farming GMOs produces higher yields, longer shelf life, and crops that are resistant to disease and pests. On top of all of this, they usually taste better. Also, because they're resistant to pests, farmers use less pesticides, which we can assume is better for the environment. So good for consumers, the farmer, and the environment. What could go wrong? A lot, actually. Yes, eliminating pesticides is good, but GMOs cause controversy not only because they change a plant in a way that wouldn't happen naturally, but also because they can impact the biodiversity of the area where the crop is grown. For example, bees rely on plants for survival, and if the natural properties of the plants they live near change, the bees are affected. Once the bees are affected, the whole natural pollination of the area gets thrown out of whack, and the landscape and the natural resources change forever. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, the second largest country in Africa, has the most significant biodiversity in Africa and is governed by various laws to protect it. GMOs directly conflict with these laws because they potentially threaten the natural environment. The European Union has banned GMO products not only because of environmental preservation purposes, but also due to the lack of research on how they affect our health. However, many African countries are weighing GMO's potential ability to curb hunger crises against their potential for unintended health consequences. In Zambia, many people believe that GMOs cause resistance to antibiotics and weaken the body's immunity to disease. The truth is that GMOs just haven't been around long enough for us to know their true long-term effects. There's a chain reaction once an organism is genetically modified. How threatening that reaction is to the environment and our health has yet to be seen. We can see this kind of controversy sprouting up in other scientific advancements and what we put in our bodies. Lab-grown meat may have seemed like a sci-fi plotline until recently, but in June 2023, the US Department of Agriculture granted the first ever approval for cell-cultured chicken meat. 90% of the US population eats meat regularly, but a growing number of people around the globe are concerned about the current meat industry, which accounts for about 15% of global carbon emissions. Big livestock operations are also breeding grounds for harmful bacteria. They generate tons of waste, and the animals often live short lives under harsh conditions. But we still love our meat. Most of us, at least. Meat is rich in protein, it's part of traditions and holidays, and for many it holds cultural significance. Not to mention, it tastes pretty good. So maybe instead of cutting it off altogether, lab-grown meat can be a solution for conflicted carnivores out there. Lab-grown meat starts with the sample of stem cells from a fertilized chicken egg, the best of which are submerged in a vat of nutrient-rich broth with ingredients that help the cells grow and divide. And as they grow and divide, they adhere to one another and eventually produce enough proteins to harvest. This new meat is textured rather by heating or shearing it, and then it's pressed into a nugget or cutlet shape. At this point, lab-grown chicken is still a novelty only available at a handful of US restaurants, and until the industry scales much larger, it's hard to argue and gauge its environmental benefits. What is certain is that cultured meat facilities will use far less water and land and emit fewer greenhouse gases. But as we create meat out of almost nothing and disrupt the natural state of things, what are the unintended consequences? Italy can answer that one for us. The Italian parliament just banned lab-grown meat after being lobbied by several farming groups. The ban cites lab-grown meat as ruining the cherished relationship between food, land, and human labor. And this gives a sneak peek into some of the unintended consequences of cultured meat. Sure, it can help the environment and potentially animal welfare, but what about the farmers who rely on the meat industry to survive? What do they do? It begs the question, just because we can do something, does that mean that we should? These rat species, the extinct one and the relative they were trying to engineer, split evolutionarily 2.6 million years ago, and that's considered a close relative. Mammoths and Asian elephants split 6 million years ago, and we can't even compare the complexities of raising a lab-grown mammoth with a rat. So it's safe to say that we won't see mammoths wandering around anytime soon. But even if we could bring back these extinct animals, should we? Because for the cost of bringing back one species from extinction, we could save 8 species currently still in existence. NASA has spent over $100 million a year on research to get to Mars, to say nothing of what private companies like SpaceX are spending. People say that learning about Mars can answer questions about Earth's history and get kids interested in science. And sure, that is valid, but there's also a lot of pressing issues here on Earth that could use $100 million a year. We could instead focus our energy on preserving the world we've been given. At the end of the day, the grass is only greener where you water it. Speaking of Mars, Martians might still be a thing of science fiction, but genetically engineered humans have moved far beyond Frankenstein and into our current reality. Gene editing is perhaps the ultimate frontier of the debate around playing God. The gene editing technology CRISPR allows doctors to make precise changes to someone's DNA even before they're born. In 2020, the creators of CRISPR won the Nobel Prize because the science can help treat and cure disease. Who wouldn't want that? Currently, testing is being done on the safety of gene editing for conditions like blindness, blood disorders, blood cancers, diabetes, and HIV or AIDS. It can help people like the Mississippi woman with sickle cell disease from living a life of suffering. The benefits could be world-altering, but so could the drawbacks, because like any delicate technology, there's a concern that rogue companies or rogue scientists might use genome editing for full-blown eugenics, engineering a type of person that one misguided or evil leader believes to be the right type of person. The beauty of our world is that we're all different. Unfortunately, those differences are sometimes in the form of pain or sickness. Do we cure one type of difference and risk losing all the others? There are complex ethical trade-offs in advancements like gene editing. Should it only be done on living humans who can consent to alleviate a disease? Or should we allow embryos to be edited to be resistant to those same diseases in the first place? Right now, it's not really a debate that most of us can have because the treatments that will be approved soon cost more than $2 million a person. And that's the reality of new technologies. Only some of us get to play God. If the Earth fails, we're not all going to new state-of-the-art colonies on Mars. If embryos can be resistant to cancer, not every embryo will get to be. We don't even have clean drinking water for everyone, or vaccines or prosthetics or any of the advancements that so many people take for granted. Mr. Beast showed in the video how easy it is to help thousands of people see again, which only makes it more painful, knowing that so many still struggle to get that treatment. Why do only some people get access to life-changing treatment while others are left to suffer? There aren't just the unintended consequences of playing God. There are the very real and known consequences for those who never even get the chance. God is dead. God remains dead, and we have killed him. How shall we comfort ourselves, the murderers of all murderers? What was holiest and mightiest of all that the world has yet owned has bled to death under our knives. Who will wipe this blood off of us? What water is there for us to clean ourselves? What festivals of atonement, what sacred games shall we have to invent? Is not the greatness of this deed too great for us? Must we ourselves not become gods simply to appear worthy of it? This passage, written by Friedrich Nietzsche, poses a fascinating question. What do we do when we no longer find meaning in our religions and long-standing traditions? What do we do when the very foundations of society have been broken? How do we overcome the void that nihilism leaves behind? Nihilism is the belief that life has no meaning, that morals and values don't exist, and that all of the structures and institutions we seem destined to live by aren't real. You don't have to care about anything because nothing matters. At first, the idea of nihilism is liberating. Some might even say it's comforting. Imagine waking up without that feeling of the weight of the world being on your shoulders, or going to bed without feeling like you've let everyone around you down. You're no longer bound by religion, moral codes, or sacred traditions. You're free to live life on your own terms because, at the end of the day, nothing matters. The philosophy of nihilism was popularized by 19th century philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, but contrary to what people think, he didn't want a nihilistic society, but instead he believed nihilism was necessary to break down the institutions of morality of the time and to allow something new to take place. In a sense, to allow us to become gods. His philosophy was that we need to overcome nihilism, not get stuck in it. He believed that the world has no order or structure except what we give to it. Essentially, what we think about the world is what is. So, if we believe that nothing matters and that life has no meaning, then we're destined to live in a world void of meaning, community, relationships, or anything else we might value. He felt that the effects of this philosophical approach would destroy any conviction society had, and we would see a full-blown crisis of humanity. Some of that came to pass in the 20th century after he died, when themes of nihilism were resonating with artists, social critics, and philosophers. The second half of the 20th century was defined in part by anti-foundationalism, an attitude of indifference to social structures, business, and what some might have called the man. By the 2000s, a mood of gloom, anxiety, anger, and despair had taken hold and has, in many ways, had a grip on us ever since. And still people turn to nihilism, not to feel despair, but to try and find an answer to the question we all have. Why? Why do I have to wake up every day and work 8 hours at a job I hate? Why do I have to follow religious traditions that I don't even believe in? Why do I have to live my life according to the rules of others? These questions have become even more prevalent in our post-pandemic society, where it feels like the world is crumbling. Every day we hear of a new war in a different part of the world, and there's a cost of living crisis everywhere you look. AI is taking some of our jobs, and flowers are blooming in Antarctica. When faced with this horrifying reality, the concept of nothing matters can be freeing. By taking the meaning out of things, they stop being so bleak. Instead of worrying about the future, you have an escape, an opportunity to not deal with the questions that you might not have the answers to. The world, its problems, and our questions and worries about it can feel infinite. It's overwhelming, but nihilism offers an opportunity to feel insignificant within it all, to feel like you don't matter because none of it matters. There's endless freedom in that. It allows us to feel indifferent about things that would otherwise occupy our attention 24/7. The world doesn't affect us, and therefore we don't affect the world. Politics doesn't matter, hardship doesn't matter. But the challenge with nihilism and the problem that Nietzsche was unable to solve is that at the same time, that means friendships don't matter. Family doesn't matter, love, happiness, none of it matters. If we fall too far down the nihilism rabbit hole, we start to feel a sense of loss. Loss of the things that bring us joy in a world that's already hard to live in, and loss of our own selves. Embracing nihilism is understandable and sometimes helpful, but it can create a loss of purpose and motivation in our lives. That sense of indifference about the world means we're also indifferent about our lives and the path we want to take. This makes us feel emptiness and despair about who and what we are. It can lead to destructive behavior. If nothing has meaning, then our actions don't have consequences. We end up not feeling any sort of personal responsibility for what we do, even if we do bad things. Nihilism also makes it very hard to establish an ethical framework. It questions the very existence of morals, values, and ethics. And without these, there aren't really any universal principles to bond us all. Sure, we don't have to agree on everything, but if we stop trying to be good people and caring about others, society will fall apart. It means we become disconnected from not just strangers, but also the people closest to us. Nihilism questions the mere existence of relationships and institutions. Essentially, it challenges community. It fosters a feeling of detachment. Sure, not all institutions are good, but many are important to how we build our lives. We go to school to learn, but also to socialize. We play pickup basketball at the local park to exercise, but also to socialize. We go to places of worship to perform our religious practices, but also, you guessed it, to socialize. Because at the end of the day, we're social animals, and community is one of the most important things in living a long and healthy life. These actions that we use to bond with others are also teaching us empathy. Humans are the only species that are able to understand an experience without living it. We have empathy for others. If nihilism asks us to get rid of that empathy, it is not only asking us to let go of a vital part of ourselves, but it's also creating cracks in our social cohesion. This is the destruction that Nietzsche was worried about. He dedicated his life to understanding nihilism. He saw it as the result of the people's frustrations while searching for meaning and purpose in religion. Nietzsche was writing about this after the Enlightenment, when people started questioning the religious principles that had guided society for so long. Suddenly, the age-old purpose of living for God didn't hold meaning anymore, because people stopped believing in God. The collapse in meaning also meant a collapse in purpose. Whether we like it or not, purpose in our life often comes from suffering and pain, things Nietzsche felt were essential to experience to live a profound life. He told us it was out of the deepest death that the highest must come to its height. Nietzsche wanted to turn nihilism around. He believed that if we survived a takeover of nihilistic principles, we could discover the correct course for humankind. In this sense, nihilism is a transitional stage of life that needs to be overcome to find meaning in why we suffer. However, Nietzsche also believed that not everyone has it in them to overcome nihilism. Passive nihilists, as he called them, would never find meaning in the world. Their approach to life embraces a feeling of nothingness and despair. This, unfortunately, often leads people towards mass movements that like to tell them what to believe. Cults, political parties, and religious groups give passive nihilists an easy way out. On the other hand, active nihilists might recognize their purposeless existence and strive to work their way out of it. This can look like destroying old values and constructing new ones that are meaningful to how you see the world in your own personal evolution. Think of a piece of stone, meaningless when it is just plopped in front of you, but if you start chiseling away at it, day after day, you can create a spear, a statue, or jewelry and give it purpose and meaning. Of course, we don't always get the stone plopped in front of us. It can be hard to figure out where to start looking for that meaning. We might not be born with a single passion or life purpose, but if we allow ourselves to feel our suffering, difficulty, and pain, we can get an idea of what we want from life. If we envy a friend who has been practicing tennis day after day and finally wins the competition, maybe that's a sign we should try tennis or even just pick up a new hobby. If we see people suffering in our community, we can turn our sadness into action by volunteering at a local soup kitchen. When we study our emotions, we find meaning, and we can overcome the despair that nihilism might cause us. But how do we know when we've overcome it? Well, imagine you were told you had to live your exact life repeatedly. If you're okay with that, despite the hardship, you're not viewing your life or the world in a nihilistic way. You've learned to celebrate life as a miracle and embrace every piece of it, even when it doesn't seem great. Nietzsche has a metaphor of a shepherd and a snake. The snake had crawled into the shepherd's throat, and at first he's choking on the snake, but then he bites its head off to save his own life. He spits out the head and allows the pain to be a part of him so that he can continue living. He takes control of the despair and the pain. When we allow others to dictate things for us, it doesn't feel good. We want to be in touch with our feelings and tackle our problems from a place of purpose. Nihilism doesn't let us do that. It leaves us, instead, susceptible to being controlled by others. The good news is that although Nietzsche thought that once the Enlightenment happened and God became less relevant, people would spiral into a catatonic nihilistic state, they didn't. So now, even if nihilism feels like an enticing philosophy to embrace, it won't be the end of society as we know it. And in fact, if we play our cards right, it might help us. By removing something like God or government from being a central figure in our existence, we take the attention off the sole meaning of our life and put it on something bigger. Maybe our one life doesn't hold all the meaning we thought it would, and maybe that's okay. The author Wendy Seifert wrote a book arguing that a meaningless life could make us happy. Some principles of nihilism can be a savior for the current state of hyper-individualism, a cure for our obsession to find meaning in everything from what job you have to what you eat for dinner. She coined the term sunny nihilism, which suggests a chance to enjoy the moment, even if it's chaotic. And even if it doesn't feel meaningful, the odds of us just being alive are worth making the most of it. Imagine you're flying, feeling the cold air on your skin, flooded by light. You look down and see a sandy beach peppered with palm trees, and you decide to go there. Suddenly you're on the beach drinking a pina colada, but you're alone. Wouldn't it be nice if somebody was there with you? And then suddenly your best friend appears. It's comforting and warm, a feeling you know you've been craving because you've been struggling at work recently. You're grateful for their encouragement and for the pina colada. It's your favorite drink after all. You take a deep breath and enjoy the beauty of the moment. But it isn't a vacation, it isn't a game or a VR headset. It's a dream that you know you're in, a dream that you can control. The beach, the drink, the friend, you made it all happen. Because you're lucid dreaming. Lucid dreaming occurs when a sleeper is aware they're in a dream and can exercise some control over the environment of the dream. In a regular dream, we're aware of objects and events within the dream itself, but we're not aware that we're dreaming. We can't distinguish between being asleep and being awake. Lucid dreaming isn't anything new, it's a phenomenon that's been reported throughout history, but only scientifically documented since 1975. And a lot is still unknown about it. Why it happens, how to induce it, and what effects it might have on us individually and as a species. Some scientists believe that lucid dreaming comes from increased activity in the prefrontal cortex, and unlike non-lucid dreams that can take place anytime while we're sleeping, lucid dreaming happens during our rapid eye movement or REM sleep cycle, our fourth and final, deepest stage of normal sleep. But the biggest thing that those of us who haven't had the pleasure of lucid dreaming are wondering is, what's it like? Lucid dreamers have described feeling like they're playing a virtual reality game where they have some control over aspects of their scene and setting. These dreams can also leave lasting impressions that might be stronger than those we experience when we're awake. Most of us have had the experience of waking up from a dream, even one we can't fully remember, and feeling somehow changed from it. With lucid dreaming, that change or impact we might feel is much more visceral. Some lucid dreamers have talked about their dreams in religious terms, like an out-of-body experience. Some even say it feels like being temporarily abducted by aliens and transported to a different planet, like you're in your own personal video game. But one of the most interesting aspects of lucid dreaming is the emotional revelations that can happen in them. In a lucid dream, you might be introduced to elements of yourself you might not see otherwise. You might see yourself more sympathetically, kinder, braver, or more sensitive than you'd like to admit or take credit for in reality. In this sense, lucid dreams might offer some introspection that many of us hesitate to ponder in our waking lives. Now it all might sound pretty amazing and you might be envious if you've never experienced a lucid dream, because I know I am. And we're not alone in that envy. There's a subreddit with more than 400,000 members dedicated to the subject of lucid dreaming. However, only 23% of the population experience lucid dreams on a monthly basis, and less than 1% of people are what scientists call proficient lucid dreamers, people who can easily sink into and manipulate their lucid dreams. But the good news is that a majority of adults, 55%, claim to have experienced at least one lucid dream in their lifetime, so if you haven't had one yet, the odds are in your favor. And if you want to up the odds, here are some things you can do to pave the way to your lucid dream journey. First is to optimize your bedroom for sleeping. Good sleep hygiene is key to lucid dreams. 65 degrees Fahrenheit or 18 degrees Celsius is considered the ideal sleep temperature, and it's important to keep your room relatively quiet and dark. Invest in some blackout curtains, sleep masks, or other accessories to reduce light, and consider using earplugs or a sound machine to block out disruptive noise. Another critical element to lucid dreaming is what researchers call reality testing. This consists of checking in with your environment and confirming whether you're asleep or awake. We all know that our dream environments can look familiar to our waking reality, but there's always some minor inconsistencies compared to reality. Performing these reality checks while we're awake can give us the skills to determine when we're in a dream. Reality testing is specifically helpful when something odd happens in your waking life. If you see a strange animal cross the street in front of your car, take a moment. Think about the fact that you're awake and that the animal is real and that this odd moment is happening in your life. Developing that critical frame of mind when you're awake will ideally carry over into your dream state. Reality checks can also be quite simple, like pressing your fingers against your palm and feeling the resistance of your hand. In a dream, you might notice that your fingers go through your hand, and at that point, you'll know you're not in reality where scientific laws apply. Or take note of being in your waking reality when you're reading, because in dreams, written words often appear jumbled. It can also be helpful to wake yourself up after 5 hours of sleeping and simply tell yourself to remember you're dreaming when you go back to sleep. Research has found that this technique is most effective if you can stay awake for 30 to 120 minutes before sleeping again. Another tactic you may already be doing is keeping a dream journal. Recording our dreams helps us recognize dreams more easily, since many of our dreams or elements of them repeat. You might want to write down what you remember the moment you wake up, or even record a voice note on your phone to rattle off bits and pieces that come to mind. As interest in lucid dreaming has grown and these kinds of tips have proliferated on the internet, a whole industry has grown around the goal of lucid dreaming. There are now sleep masks and headbands you can buy that produce noises, flash lights, or vibrate to inject stimulation into your dreams. These are methods used by researchers on lucid dreaming subjects. There are online tutorials, some helpful and some from people simply looking to capitalize on the craze around lucid dreaming. And there are even supplements that have been shown to induce lucid dreaming. The drug alkaloid galantamine has been used in research and home settings to encourage lucid dreams. One study showed that participants who took the drug after being woken up and practicing visualization were more likely to lucid dream than participants who received a placebo. Galantamine is already available over the counter as a supplement, and many lucid dreamers say that it helps them stay in the dream longer and have more control over elements of their dreams. Of course, some view using drugs as cheating, just as you would with any performance-enhancing substance in sports. But proficient lucid dreamers rightly stress that whether you use a supplement or not, you need to practice lucid dreaming using other methods. Simply popping pills won't get you there. But if you do manage to get there, into a lucid dream, what do you do? Once we're lucid dreaming, we want to use that moment to control where the dream goes and try to assert influence over what happens. This works better if, instead of willing something to happen, we simply expect it to. Imagine you're back on the beach with your friend and you want a beautiful sea turtle to come climbing out of the water. Instead of insisting that the turtle will show up, expect it to be there. Once you do, a sea turtle or something close to it will probably appear. That expectancy effect can help things appear in our dreams. If we say, "I'll find the dog behind the couch," when we look behind the couch, the dog will be there. Experienced lucid dreamers can also open doors in their dreams and envision what they want to be on the other side of the door. Perhaps you can open a door and transport yourself from the sunny beach into the middle of outer space. Most of what we know about lucid dreams comes from the early stages of research into the topic and from those who can have the dreams. We still don't have a great understanding of the neural underpinnings of lucid dreams or the brain processes that make them happen, and at this point we don't have a reliable way to induce them. But even with so much unknown, we do know that there are benefits to lucid dreaming. At the very least, a lucid dream can act as a sort of wish fulfillment, taking us to places or putting us in situations we've always wished we could experience. Lucid dreaming can also help us shed the stress of daily life. It's been clinically shown to be a potential treatment for pervasive nightmares, and data shows that lucid dreaming can foster creativity. Even athletes will employ lucid dreams to work on and refine motor skills. Most of all, lucid dreams allow us to interact and explore parts of our unconscious that we can't when we're in our regular dreams or even while we're awake. Of course, this level of awareness in our unconscious state can present its own problems. Skeptics worry that lucid dreaming can have a negative impact on mental health, not only because it can disturb sleep, but also because it can blur the lines between reality and fantasy. Remember the reality testing tactic to induce lucid dreams. While it might help some distinguish between waking and dreaming, it might also make others question whether they're awake or asleep. This would be disorienting. It could lead to a feeling of dissociation where they feel disconnected from their thoughts, feelings, and sense of identity. Still, the curiosity around lucid dreaming is impossible to resist, and not just for you or me, but for researchers. In an effort to answer the question of what exactly is happening when we have lucid dreams and how to better understand how to trigger them, researchers have invited proficient lucid dreamers into their labs. Once the participants are asleep, researchers measure activity levels in the prefrontal cortex and other areas. The participants are told to use left and right eye movement once they're in a lucid dream and aware that they're dreaming. This way, researchers can see what brain activity is happening in the brain at that very moment. Studies also tell us that the events we experience in our dreams produce effects on our brains that are similar to what would happen if we experienced them during our waking hours, and if that's true, then it would mean that dreaming of doing something is the equivalent of actually doing it. That might be a stretch if we're talking about like going to Mars or breathing underwater, but if it's a meaningful conversation with someone or tasting a new delicious food, maybe we could take the feeling and carry it with us into our reality. Because lucid dreaming might not just be about experiencing our dreams differently, it might be the key to understanding our own consciousness. English aristocrat and writer Mary Arnold Foster wrote one of the earliest and most detailed descriptions of lucid dreaming in her book Studies in Dreams. She described her attempts to fly, and she proposed that humans have dual consciousness. One is our primary self, which analyzes our circumstances and applies logic to our experiences. For most of us, this consciousness is typically enacted during sleep, but according to Foster, this primary self wakes up in lucid dreams and brings memories, knowledge, and reasoning from our waking life, along with the awareness that we're asleep. This idea of dual consciousness may not be scientific enough today, but researchers would agree that lucid dreams involve increased self-awareness and reflection. They give us the ability to think more deeply about our lives because we get to actively live outside of them. When we sleep, we still are who we are. Our brains are the same, but they're unconscious, so lucid dreams can provide a point of comparison to isolate the regions of the brain that are involved in the state of heightened self-awareness and agency. As much as many of us simply want to have cool dreams, lucid dreams aren't just about experiencing the feeling of flying or traveling to mystical places. They can have real scientific implications. If we're able to understand what's happening in the brain when it appears to be unconscious but is really aware, we can better treat brain injury patients who are unconscious. Doctors could establish these patients' levels of consciousness and treat them accordingly. If scientists can establish a neural signature of self-awareness by studying lucid dreamers, they can make more accurate diagnosis and prognosis. And what these ideas tell us is that lucid dreams are really about self-awareness. So even if you can't manage to get yourself into a lucid dream, you can still learn from them. Try to be more connected to your unconscious self, maybe not through a lucid dream, but through something more accessible, like meditation or other therapies in your waking life. Like all things, lucid dreaming takes practice. We have to approach the desire to lucid dream with a sense of calm. When we try to force it into existence, we lose the potential to find it altogether. So maybe we should start with a sense of curiosity, not just about what it would feel like to fly, but about what might be lurking in our own brain that we just haven't found yet.
Close your eyes. Remember yourself as a child, playing with your friends, stressing out about a spelling test at school, coming home to snack on the table, and asking for help with your homework. What do you feel? Maybe you're suspended in a time when things felt new, fun, and exciting. Now think of similar activities as an adult. Getting ready for bed, reading a book, having dinner with friends. These moments don't seem as interesting or exciting as they did when you were a child. When we think back on our childhood, it feels like it lasted a lifetime. But now it's like we're passengers in our own life, with time merely passing us by. Time flies, and unfortunately for us humans, evolution never gave us wings. This feeling where time seems to go faster when we're experiencing it, but feels much longer when we remember it, is called the holiday paradox. Coined by psychology writer Claudia Hammond, the holiday paradox refers to the idea that when we go on vacation, a week or even 2 weeks seem to go by so quickly we can barely believe that we had a vacation at all. Yet when the vacation is over and we look back on it, it feels like it was much longer than just 1 week. Scientists believe that one of the reasons for this is that when we're on vacation, we have lots of new experiences in a short period. You go scuba diving for the first time, you see art, you eat interesting food. These events are outside your daily routine. Then you return to your ordinary life, marked by routine, work days, and weekends. The stimulation of that vacation seems long gone, and when you look back on it, it feels like so much happened. It feels like so much time went by, and even though when you were there, it felt incredibly short. Our experience of time changes depending on what we're doing and how we feel about those experiences. That's why you hear things like time flies when you're having fun. I'm sure you've experienced it before too. Your favorite musician's concert is over in the blink of an eye. And at the end of a great first date, you realize you've been talking for hours, yet the conversation still feels incredibly short. This happens because when we're immersed in an activity, we're not checking our watch to see the minutes ticking by, so we lose track of time, making it seem like time is going much faster than normal. Immersion is the key word here, because time doesn't only go faster when we're doing something exciting or something we love to do. How many times have you told yourself you'd only spend 10 minutes on TikTok to look up from your phone 3 hours later and see that the sun has gone down? Exactly, it's because of how immersive the app experience is, and it keeps you busy and makes you forget about time. These differences in perception make the holiday paradox both relatable and confusing. To help us understand the phenomenon better, we need to look at how people think about their childhood. In a 2005 survey, 499 participants between the ages of 14 to 94 were asked about the pace at which they felt their lives were moving. When asked about shorter durations like weeks and months all the way up to a year, the participants' perception of time didn't appear to increase with age. However, when asked about longer durations, the older people were, the faster they felt like their lives were moving. People over 40 in particular felt like time went by slowly in childhood, then accelerated through their teenage years and into early adulthood, and then, after that, time just flew by. But why? Why do we feel time goes faster the older we get? Our brain has a limited storage capacity, and so to keep things running smoothly, Our brain encodes new experiences into memory. It tends to skip over the more repetitive events in our lives. The more memories we have, the more things we can look back on when we're thinking retrospectively. And the more things we can remember about a period of time, the longer we feel that time period was. Think about your time in college or in high school. You remember most of that period of your life because you were absorbing so much information that your brain was forced to slow down to take it all in. Creating new memories, learning new concepts, your brain had to store a lot of new information, and so when you think back, there's a lot of things to remember, which makes that period last longer in your memory. New experiences don't always have to be good or fun to make time slow down. If you've ever felt fear, chances are your life seemed to move in slow motion. If you're in a car crash, a bike accident, or even feel physically endangered by another person, your cognitive reality shifts. What might only be a few seconds of fear feels like minutes or even hours. In her book, Claudia Hammond talked about a study in which people with arachnophobia were asked to look at spiders for 45 seconds. When they were asked afterward, every participant thought they were looking for a much longer period of time. They may not have been in imminent danger, but their fear was triggered. Their world slowed down, desperate to get out of the situation they found themselves in. Over the years, there have been many theories about why time seems to speed up as we age. You can see that our world, in general, has sped up. This has caused all of us to feel like life is moving more quickly, but if you talk to a 5-year-old, chances are they don't feel the same life passing by them effect. There's also the proportionality theory, which says a year feels faster at 40 than at 10 because 1 year constitutes much less of your life. When you're 10, 1 year is 10% of your life, but when you're 40, it's just 2.5%. This, though, only works when you're thinking about life in its entirety and not in the specific periods when time slows down or speeds up, like when you're dancing on your wedding night or doing a plank. The holiday paradox tells us that our perception of time is everything, and that perception is deeply affected by our age and memory. If you graduated college 4 years ago, you likely remember walking across that stage like yesterday. But if you think about your first day of high school, it might seem like decades have passed, even though it's only been 12 years. Time impacts our memory, but memory also creates and shapes our experience of time. We're most likely to remember the timing of an event if it's distinctive and vivid. Some people might coast through their 50s not creating many new memories, then that decade might seem lost to time. But if you ask someone who went through a divorce or lost a loved one in their 50s, those years might feel incredibly like the slowest decade of their lives. Hammond writes that time perception matters because it's the experience of time that roots us in our mental reality. The mental reality of an adult stuck in their routine, unable to take vacations or learn new skills, is much duller than that of a child experiencing the world for the first time. That adult's bank of new memories is simply running low. We learn new skills from childhood to early adulthood and find ourselves in a lot of novel situations. And because of this, our early years tend to be overrepresented in memory, making them feel like they lasted longer than our later years. The 50-year-old divorcee finds herself in a period where time seems to slow down because she's making new memories, having new experiences, and feeling new emotions. In some ways, these midlife shifts that many of us have, for better or for worse, actually tap into the kind of mental experience we went through as kids. When you're a child, every sports game, good grade, or fight with a friend feels like the most important thing in the world. But as we get older, that feeling is much less frequent. We find ourselves waiting for significant life moments like a marriage or promotion to get the same rush we got as a kid, to feel that same experience of novelty and memory making. And the rest of the time, we're just going through the motions, letting time pass without giving it too much thought, until we wake up one day and can't figure out where it went. As it turns out, children might actually perceive time more slowly than adults. There's evidence that from a kid's perspective, time as they're experiencing it is slower. That's because memory, attention, and executive function, the cognitive control of our behavior, are all under development when we're children. Kids' neurotransmissions are physically slower than those of adults, affecting how they perceive the passage of time. By the time we grow up, our circuits are wired. To figure this out, researchers conducted a study where participants listened to a series of tones and compared their duration. The youngest participants, about 5 years old, had the least accuracy in perceiving how long a tone lasted. They often heard short tones lasting much longer than they really did. This could explain why, when we're young, things feel like they take so much time, even the most basic things like eating breakfast or getting dressed. When we're adults, those same tasks feel like they go by in a flash. Often we don't even remember we did them. Somehow you got dressed this morning, but do you actually remember it happening? Picking out your pants and putting on your shoes every day might be so routine, it's not creating any new memories for you. The moments that we live in, but in which we don't form any new memories, are those bits of time that escape us. While time might move slowly at 5 years old, our experiences between the ages of 15 and 25 stick with us the most. This is the era of nostalgia for most of us. We remember scenes from our lives, the books we read, and the movies we saw during that time. Can you think of your favorite movie quotes or funny moments? Because chances are they're from a film that came out when you were in your late teens or early 20s. This is when we have more new experiences than most other times in our lives. We have our first job, solo traveling experience, relationships. It's often our first time living away from home and the first time we feel we have a choice in how we spend our days. While it's happening, this period feels like it's on overdrive, but looking back at it, it feels like that part of our lives lasted forever. That's because we created so many memories, met so many new people, and saw the world in many new ways. We feel nostalgic for that time because it felt so complete. That is the holiday paradox. If you're living in that time, enjoy it, savor it. If you made it to your late 20s, you probably know the phenomenon of having a sudden longing for your younger self, your younger life. You've settled into a routine where stressful responsibilities often replace endless fun moments. So how do we slow down our lives again? The truth is, of course, that we can't slow time down, but we can do more things to create memories of the time that we have. Look for novel experiences that engage your brain. You don't need a vacation to feel excited or refreshed about your life in the world. New things are waiting around the corner if you just open your eyes and look for them. Constantly challenge yourself to learn new skills, like maybe learning a new cuisine or building a bench for your backyard. Maybe you just want to get better at meeting people. Go to a neighborhood event or sit alone at a bar and talk to a stranger. Whether big or small, let something exciting take over your brain and let you feel like a kid again. Another hack is to try to remember your day as vividly as possible. Routine can feel good, but it also doesn't allow for new memories to get imprinted on our brains. Spending time reflecting on your day makes you more likely to ingrain the memories, even the bad ones. Naturally, our memory is short-lived. It's easy to go to bed every night and not think about what happened to us during the day, but what if you stopped and spent a few minutes to relive it? Would mundane things become important or exciting? Would you remember someone or something you saw on the street that was new or strange? Suddenly your day might feel a bit slower. Whether you just think about it or want to write it down, try to make the moments of your life last and take up real estate in your head. That's what we're doing when we're on vacation. We're banking all sorts of new, interesting memories we might look back on when we want to reminisce about how full our days felt. Our own minds actively create the way we experience time. While we may not always have control over our time, as the demands of life mount in front of us, we can control how we remember things and, therefore, control our perception of the time we have. Time, as we're told, is immovable. It's totally defined. A second is a second, a year is a year, and as much as we might want to change it, we're told that's the reality. But if you do think back to your childhood, a time hopefully filled with joy and novelty, a year feels so much longer. If you've been in danger, the minutes you weren't sure you'd be safe surely couldn't have been just minutes. So yes, maybe time is immovable, but it's comforting to know that we do have some control over how we experience it. We can warp it to make it shorter, or stretch it to make it feel longer. And while we might never learn how to travel in time, at least we know we have some small control over it.
You've probably heard of the trolley problem, especially if you're at all interested in philosophy or ethics. Lately, it's been a subject of discussion when discussing autonomous cars, and was referenced explicitly in the show The Good Place. Some people think it's a fun moral thought experiment to discuss in a group. Others feel it's a good ethical workout to prepare for real-world ethical dilemmas. But what if the trolley problem has a problem of its own? Well, before diving into the problem with the trolley problem, we've got one crucial thing to do. Drive the trolley. The trolley problem goes like this. You're driving a trolley along a track when all of a sudden, the brakes just stop working. If you stay on the track in front of you, you'll run over a group of 5 people standing on the track, but you have the option of pulling a switch and directing the trolley onto another track with just a single person standing on the track. You have to choose between killing 5 people or 1 person. What is the morally correct thing to do? Do you flip the switch to save 5 people and kill 1, or do you leave the switch alone? Kill 5 and leave 1 unharmed. The trolley problem is a widely used moral thought experiment. especially in beginner philosophy classes. The problem is often used to illustrate two branches of ethics: consequentialism and deontology. Consequentialists focus on the consequences of an action, while deontologists emphasize a sense of moral duty. Utilitarianism is a prime example of consequentialism. Philosophers John Stuart Mill and Jeremy Bentham considered the moral value of an action based on the outcome and whether it contributed to the greater good. If you were to consider the trolley problem from the consequentialist perspective, you'd quickly pull that switch to take just one life instead of the group of 5. When more people get to live, that benefits the greater good. On the other hand, Immanuel Kant's duty ethics challenges you to universalize a principle or maxim to see if it works regardless of circumstance. His classic example is lying. Can you imagine universalized lying as a maxim? If everyone lied all the time, you couldn't trust anything anyone said. Kant would suggest that lying is therefore immoral. From Kant's duty perspective, the trolley problem is more challenging. Could you universalize your principle of killing someone to save others? Imagine one person had 5 kidneys that could save the lives of 5 people. However, the kidney owner would have to be killed against their will to attain the organs. Killing the kidney owner instinctually feels wrong compared to flipping the switch in the trolley problem. It doesn't seem like you could universalize this principle of killing one to save 5 others. The trolley problem is an excellent way to learn about these two systems of ethics, but does the thought experiment actually help with moral decisions? Do any imagined circumstances help with real-world moral decisions? This isn't to say that thought experiments don't have their place. Shaping perspectives is still beneficial, especially when we're trying to find out the importance of something. For example, consider this thought experiment. Imagine a world without art, buildings without structure, no visual communication, no paintings to marvel at. Doesn't that feel sad? The trolley problem was first conceived by the English philosopher Philippa Foot in her paper on the problem of abortion and the doctrine of double effect. Foot draws on the doctrine of the double effect in the paper to address why an action that causes harm can be morally permissible. The doctrine of double effect was first introduced by the Christian philosopher Thomas Aquinas, and he argued that killing someone trying to kill you is justified as long as you didn't intend to kill them. In trying to stop an assailant, accidentally killing them isn't considered morally wrong according to the doctrine of double effect. The concept was later expanded to something like this: it's normally permissible if something bad happens as a side effect of pursuing a good end. Even if you knew that a bad side effect was possible, it's still morally okay, provided it wasn't intended. Any harm done was limited as possible. In her paper, Philippa Foot used the doctrine of double effect to distinguish between actions that intentionally cause harm for the sake of a good end and actions that indirectly cause harm for the sake of a good end. She came up with a couple of thought experiments to demonstrate the difference, and one of them was the trolley problem. The other was a situation where a judge intentionally caused harm to achieve a better outcome. In the latter example, the judge frames an innocent man, executing him to save 5 innocent lives. She uses the doctrine of double effect to explain why the judge is wrong because he intentionally caused harm for good, while in the case of the trolley, the driver indirectly causes harm by saving the 5 in favor of the 1. The main difference is that the driver doesn't intend to kill even though they foresee it happening, but the judge would kill the innocent man if given another opportunity because it's part of his plan. One criticism of the doctrine of double effect is how close a regretful side effect is to a means. If harm is done as a means to an end, it's not considered permitted by the doctrine of double effect. The harm has to be a side effect of the action taken. The problem is that the line between a side effect and a means to an end is blurry. Think of the trolley problem. Is flipping the switch to hit the one person a means to save the other 5, or is the death of one person an unfortunate side effect? They're awfully similar. Foot acknowledged that the doctrine of double effect might not survive criticism, so she used a duty-based approach to explain the permissibility of harm further. She pointed to the difference between positive and negative duties to explain why we react the way we do to the trolley problem. She defined negative duties as a moral obligation not to harm or injure others, and on the other hand, positive duties are an ethical obligation to help others in need. Positive duties can include anything from preventing someone from falling to death to giving a hungry family food. According to Foot, negative duties are more important than positive duties. When faced with the choice between the two, the negative duties should take precedence. Let's take this sense of duty and apply it to the trolley problem. We end up choosing between a negative duty not to kill 5 versus a negative duty not to kill 1. We shouldn't kill the 5 because it's a larger negative duty. Suppose we apply positive and negative duties to the judge's example. In that case, framing and executing the one person as violating a negative duty, while protecting the 5 as a positive duty to help the people in need. And since the negative duty outweighs the positive, the judge's decision to frame a man can be justified as immoral. The philosopher Judith Jarvis Thomson found holes in Foote's duty explanation in her essays on the trolley problem. She used a variation of the thought experiment where the driver faints, but a bystander can flip the switch to change the trolley's path. In this case, the bystander is violating a negative duty not to kill a person if they flip the switch. If they leave the switch alone, they're not violating a negative duty, they're just failing a positive duty to help. Letting the 5 die would be acceptable according to Foote's duty approach to ethics. In her attempt to resolve the trolley problem, Thomson looked for similarities between the variations of the problem that were assumed to be moral and those examples that were assumed to be immoral. She found that in the cases we thought were wrong, the person killed had more of a claim to living than the others. In the judge's case, the framed man has a claim to live due to his innocence, but in the trolley problem, the single person has no special case for living over a group of 5. Thomson's exploration of the trolley problem made it very popular in philosophy circles. It quickly took off among psychologists, legal scholars, and even the general public. Ultimately, Philippa Foot didn't come to a firm conclusion about the trolley problem herself. She was uninterested in proving universal rules with moral thought experiments, while still maintaining that there's something to get right in ethical considerations. But rather than looking to universal rules or consequences, she looked to human nature in our sense of purpose. Foot was a big part of the resurgence of virtue ethics, drawing on Aristotle to suggest that right action is a matter of being virtuous and avoiding vice, instead of finding universalizable rights and wrongs. Her virtue ethics points to the problem with the trolley problem as a moral thought experiment. While it's fine to use it to learn about consequentialist and deontological-based ethics, thought experiments are at best an imperfect method for determining the right action in a real-life dilemma. Every set of circumstances that create a real-life ethical dilemma will always differ widely from any possible thought experiment. Sticking to conclusions made from a thought experiment might actually cause more harm than good. Could policy based on a thought experiment actually work in different societies or cultures, or would the many differences lead to people misjudging a circumstance and causing harm? Could these thought experiments provide principles that are specific enough to be useful? Anything resembling the trolley thought experiment in real life would be brimming with details that change our moral considerations. Imagine the lone person on the one track. It seems like they might be able to get off the track in time, or the trolley is going at such a speed that the group of 5 could potentially survive a collision. It'd probably be better not to draw on a conclusion from a thought experiment when facing a real-life ethical dilemma. We could analyze the circumstance without trying to make it conform to the conclusions of our thought experiment. As implied by the trolley problem, we never have perfect knowledge of a situation. Only with an all-knowing perspective could we accurately judge the outcome to determine its moral value. Even trying to make duty-based judgments, we wouldn't have enough information at hand. In recent debates about autonomous cars, the trolley problem has been brought up with new enthusiasm. Some people have even suggested solving the trolley problem before these cars can be unleashed on society. But imagine for a moment all the inputs being considered by an autonomous car at any given time. All the complexity being interpreted by the car's algorithms. Would there ever be a circumstance when the machine had to make a choice as evenly conceived as the trolley? Every inch the car drives would further change the variables as it tries to avoid catastrophe. Anything resembling a clear choice between killing one over many would likely never occur. But then again, ethical dilemmas do happen, especially in healthcare, and we have choices to make. Without ethical deliberation, we're left at the mercy of our gut, or what we like to call common sense. But common sense isn't free from societal prejudice or bias, and we humans often confuse our emotions for good rationale. So we're left with these imperfect exercises to inform policy. But in moments of challenging dilemmas with our policies in hand, hopefully we can let all of the details of the moment speak to us when thought experiments don't suffice. Or, as Philippa Foot did, we could encourage virtuous behavior and flourish like the acorns becoming trees, making good decisions the way plants direct themselves towards the sun. We've had to talk about death a lot in the past few years, whether it's referring to the number of casualties in a war or as the number of victims of a virus. Although we primarily discuss it within the context of our society, we understandably still keep death at arm's length. This is a coping mechanism to keep us going. If we dwell on the thoughts of our morality too much, it can consume us and prevent us from going about our daily lives. What is the point of life if it all just simply ends?
When we sit with the prospect of our own end, it often fills us with anxiety. It overwhelms us with questions about the prospect of finality. What happens when your brain shuts down? Will it be a heavenly release, or will it feel more like torture? Is it nothingness, and if it is, what does that even feel like? We don't have any experience of this potential nothing to draw on. Most of us wish deep down that we could just go on. We hope that there's some kind of experience after death. We want our consciousness to continue in the same way. We don't want to be separated from loved ones for eternity. But is there any connection between our intense desire to go on and some spiritual truth? Is there life after death? In recent decades, how we think about consciousness and dying from a scientific perspective has changed significantly. New research on what happens when you die has challenged many assumptions about our notion of death. When your life ends, your heart stops beating and your lungs stop working. Your brain is no longer receiving oxygen and normal brain activity stops. You are technically dead. But people have survived past this point. According to several studies, 1 in 10 people claim to have had a conscious experience while they were non-responsive. We call them near-death experiences because we believe that what is truly dead will remain dead. In reality, at least according to all our current definitions of the concept, it would be more accurate to describe these as back-from-death experiences. Semantics aside, these are remarkably similar among those who recall them after resuscitation. They often involve visions of traveling through a tunnel. Some claim to have had an out-of-body experience or see their whole life flash before their eyes. They meet spirits or familiar persons that speak with them. Many report a strong sense of peacefulness and ease, which should bring comfort to those of us who are particularly anxious about death. But what exactly is going on in that dying brain? If a person flatlined, they shouldn't be aware of anything at all. Is it possible they're experiencing consciousness without a functioning brain? Chimo Borjigin, a professor of neurology at Michigan State University, studied the record of electrical activity in the brains of women who were just taken off life support. What she discovered is changing how we all think about the dead. Her findings? Death shouldn't be considered at a point in time, but rather a process. The organs don't immediately fail. The heart can be restarted and full brain function can return. The dying process is sometimes reversible. Hours after someone has been pronounced clinically dead, they can, in rare circumstances, be resuscitated. These instances are not a divine miracle, just a result of death being a much slower process than we think. In one infamous 2008 case, 59-year-old Velma Thomas was clinically dead for 17 hours. 10 minutes after being taken off a ventilator with her body being prepped for organ removal for transplantation, she woke up. She was alert and immediately asked for her son. The claim up until recently has been that there's no brain activity between cardiac arrest and resuscitation or the period after someone flatlines. For near-death experiences to take place, they have to happen in this period. There has to be a conscious experience. When Borjigin looked at a dying brain, she saw that it was surging with high-frequency electrical signals, known as gamma waves. The areas in the brain associated with consciousness were incredibly lively. When oxygen was cut off, the brain waves synchronized in a way usually associated with heightened attention and memory. Areas of the brain that are active when we're conscious and awake were communicating with areas connected to memory formation. One hypothesis is that the system that filters different brain functions goes offline when a person is dying, giving them access to their entire consciousness all at once. This would explain why people often see their lives flash before their eyes and remember things that happened when they had no active memory. Do you remember everything from your toddler years? That's what we're talking about here. So what does this say about the brain and consciousness? Does this new insight suggest that the physical brain isn't necessary for a conscious experience, or that the brain is just very resilient when it comes to oxygen deprivation? It could just be the body's attempt to keep itself going for as long as possible, in case the heart and lungs resume functioning again. There's a lot more to be discovered about consciousness and the dying brain as the scientific horizons of its functionality continue to evolve. For now, there's one thing we should start doing differently for those who are pronounced dead. It's something you might be compelled to do anyway in a state of grief. When we sit with the dead, we should speak to them. We know that there's brain activity after cardiac arrest and that the mind potentially has some awareness of the space around it. Patients who have been resuscitated sometimes describe out-of-body experiences and are able to detail things around them they wouldn't have had access to while in a conscious state. They hear what those around them have been saying. In one instance, a woman described a shoe placed on a nearby window ledge that she wouldn't have been able to see from her hospital room. If we speak to the dead, they may be able to hear us.
I think there's something comforting about the idea of sending a last message to your loved one, even if they're unable to respond in kind. It's not always possible to be in the room when someone important to us dies. You could consider it an opportunity to say something important you never got a chance to tell them. But what do you say exactly? Do we tell them we love them? Do we share memories? Do we show strength or weakness? Should we be philosophical or spiritual? You may have heard of Bardo Thodol, otherwise known as the Tibetan Book of the Dead. It's a popular text about the experience of dying from a Buddhist perspective, specifically Tibetan Buddhism. It's a book like no other for one obvious reason. It's intended to be read to those who have passed on. It's also meant to be read in advance to prepare oneself for death. The myth surrounding the text is that it was written in the 8th century by a Buddhist mystic named Pamusumbhava. He didn't write anything down himself. He dictated the book to a princess, Yeshi Sokol, who is believed to be the first Tibetan to achieve enlightenment. As the story goes, Pamusumbhava didn't believe that the book was right for his time, so he hid the text in a cave in Tibet. He prophesied that it would be discovered 500 years later, and in 1341, a boy named Karma Lingpa found it by following instructions from a dream he had the night before. It was a dark time in history as the Black Death swept across Asia and Europe, making the text highly relevant. The Tibetan Book of the Dead promises that death isn't just the end of consciousness, but an opportunity. During the period after death, reciting the text is intended to give the deceased a more favorable rebirth. This isn't a life filled with riches, but one that's more conducive to ending the cycle of rebirth and achieving nirvana. In Tibetan Buddhism, the cycle of birth, suffering, death, and then rebirth is endless unless we do something about it. We need to become Buddha-like to liberate ourselves. This involves ending the primary sources of suffering within us, those being craving and clinging. Through living ethically and training the mind like the Buddha, we can put an end to craving, clinging, and ultimately our suffering. We become like the Buddha and the end cycle of rebirth. And if we don't nail Buddhahood in this life, there's always the next one. About 15 years ago, 4-year-old Ryan Hammonds would spend hours directing imaginary movies in his room. He was a creative and imaginative boy. Around the same period in time, Ryan would get night terrors. He'd wake up clutching his chest, claiming that his heart burst in a dream that took place in, of all places, Hollywood. Shortly after some of these night terrors, Ryan claimed something extraordinary. He told his mother that he used to be someone else. He had a white house with a pool in Hollywood. Ryan insisted that he had 3 sons but was very distressed when he couldn't remember their names. His mother grabbed some books about Hollywood from the library filled with pictures from film productions, and flipping through the pages the boy recognized a man, immediately referring to him as George. He was right about the name. The man Ryan pointed to was an actor named George Raft, a forgotten movie star from the 1930s. Ryan also pointed to another man near George, and with excitement, Ryan insisted that he had found himself. He found the man he used to be. With the help of University of Virginia psychologist Jim Tucker, the family identified the man in the photo as Martin Martin. They were able to confirm that he did have 3 sons as well as a daughter. The daughter agreed to meet Tucker and Ryan, where they were able to confirm numerous other details about his life, such as his career dancing in New York and his work as a Hollywood agent. There are thousands of documented stories of kids roughly between the ages of 2 and 5 claiming to remember their past lives. On numerous occasions, children and their parents have been able to confirm the identity of their supposed past life and many details of their memories. Cases are stronger than others. This phenomenon has been studied mostly by a small group of psychologists led by Tucker's 20 years of experience and 2,500 cases. While they have the evidence that this hints towards the validity of the claims, they can't exactly prove reincarnation either. Tucker made a rough hypothesis on how reincarnation could be explained using quantum physics. Tucker suggests that the material world may be derived from consciousness. This would suggest that consciousness doesn't require a world to exist, or a living brain. It could continue after death onto the brain of another mind. A problem with this theory is that the observer effect doesn't require consciousness to alter the observation. Making the leap to suggest that the world could be dependent on consciousness would need more evidence. It's only fair to treat the notion of past lives with skepticism. It seems unlikely that these are elaborate hoaxes, as the adults involved don't really get anything out of it by coming forward. Most of the families are also reluctant to seek help to begin with and wish to remain anonymous. It's impossible to say how far wishful thinking can drive things such as these. The truth is, we're drawn to the idea of consciousness continuing because we fear its permanent end. It's just so hard for us to grasp a life without a perspective. Non-existence makes little sense to an existing being. As exciting as the idea of rebirth is, it still doesn't give relief to the heaviest burden of death: separation. Even if there is some truth to the stories of past lives, the burden of death is still heavy. We ultimately have to say goodbye. Our clinging to others inevitably leads to pain. When the children who remember past lives get older, they tend to move on from these memories. They bring them up less and less, and eventually, they forget them. When Ryan met the daughter of Martin Martin, he was struck with how her energy had changed. He became quite shy around her. After their meeting, Ryan was less interested in his past life. In the Tibetan Book of the Rebirth isn't intended to excite us with the prospect of more life, but the possibility of escaping it. Regardless of what perspective you view life, death is an opportunity. Think about the life you want to flash before your eyes in your final moments, and live that life today. You find yourself walking down the street with your morning coffee in hand as your brain is flooded with the dozens of issues and problems you need to deal with. Maybe it's a relationship that's on the rocks, a pet that needs to go to the vet, but you know that paying that bill means you might be short on rent this month. Or the fact that the very coffee you're drinking is probably going to keep you up all night worrying, but you kinda have to drink it anyway or else you can't survive the day. You're working a job you hate just so you can make ends meet. You're experiencing an existential crisis, and it's in moments like this that we start to question everything we've been taught about life. Why are we doing any of this? Like Sisyphus in Greek mythology, life feels like we're forced to push a boulder up a hill, only for it to roll right back down. How can we live a life of meaning when it feels like nothing in the world makes any sense? If you find yourself grappling with these questions, there are different philosophies that can help provide answers. The first is existentialism, which challenges you to embrace your newfound freedom and use it to create meaning amidst life's unending uncertainties. Highlighted by philosophers like Friedrich Nietzsche and Soren Kierkegaard, existentialism never truly found its way to mainstream acceptance until the emergence of the 20th century philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre. Through Sartre, we've come to understand existentialism as a way to confront life and its fundamental absurdity. It's a belief that urges us to embrace our individuality and forge our own paths in defiance of an indifferent universe. You'll see more of what Sartre meant by his words that open this video as we get further along in outlining what all these isms mean in our lives. To fully grasp existentialism, we'll first need to examine the teachings of Plato and Aristotle. Both believed an individual is born with attributes intrinsically linked to that person's identity, which they deemed to be their essence. Even objects we share this universe with, like trees, possess an essence. A tree has roots, a trunk, branches, and leaves. Although many kinds of trees exist, these qualities define an individual tree's essence, which makes it very different from every other tree on the planet. Essentialists like Plato and Aristotle believed that essence exists before we're even born. For example, essentialists from the industrial age will tell you that the essence of a man is in his role as a provider and protector, even though many today no longer believe that to be true. Similarly, on a cultural scale, essence plays a significant role around the world. In Japan, the concept of omotenashi, or serving others wholeheartedly, is a form of essence. Essence gives us a purpose. It's the idea that something exists outside of us that we have to live up to. We are tasked with living up to that purpose, and it's something we always seem to be in search of. The world operated under this belief for a large part of human history, thanks to institutions like religion and tradition. But while these beliefs are based on the idea that essence comes before existence, existentialists believe the opposite, that existence precedes essence. They believe that we come into this world with no predetermined purpose, and that we have the freedom to define what our essence is on our own terms. A figure like Prince Harry from the British royal family represents existentialism in an interesting way. Born into what many would consider a strong and unbreakable essence, he decided to walk away from that life in pursuit of freedom and love. Redefining his life outside of the confines of royalty, his decision mirrors the existentialist principle that freedom comes with a profound level of responsibility. Man is condemned to be free because once thrown into the world, he is responsible for everything he does. This quote from Sartre highlights an important aspect of the existentialist plight. Everyone is fully accountable for their choices, therefore we must confront the consequences of our actions. Existentialism asserts that individuals aren't bound by societal or religious norms. In other words, you don't have to subscribe to the meaning given by society's figures of authority. You might suddenly realize that your teacher's sense of meaning is pointless. as is that of your parents and even the leaders of the country in which you live. Why should you listen to them when they don't get to determine your essence? It sounds tempting to be completely free from the shackles of society, but being an existentialist almost means accepting the consequences that come as a result of rebelling against conventional authority. On the flip side, if you choose to live according to a predetermined rulebook for life, you are living in bad faith. Deciding to quit your hectic construction job in exchange for your artistic passions is a worthwhile pursuit. However, when you face struggles from a lack of stability, you'll need to charge head-on, understanding the consequences of freedom. If you instead choose to remain at that job despite it being unfulfilling, you'll be living in bad faith. At the core, existentialists believe that whatever meaning you find in life, you must determine on your own. Do you genuinely enjoy accounting? Go for it, that's your meaning. Are you only doing this job because you're scared of being a failed artist? That's bad faith. Existentialism isn't the magical answer to life's alienating and questionable problems. What it does is present a type of authenticity that makes you an active participant in life. This shift in mentality is an important step towards fulfillment in the modern world. It's also closely connected with the absurd, but it treats this absurdity with a sense of agency, urging individuals to confront it head-on. We are encouraged to engage with the absurd in pursuit of meaning and authenticity. While existentialism grapples with an individual's search for meaning in an indifferent universe, absurdism takes things a step further. Why should you search for meaning when existence itself is absurd? To an absurdist, life is inherently meaningless, and so every attempt to find meaning or purpose is futile. Absurdism embraces the inherent contradictions of life without succumbing to nihilism or despair. Rather than seeking to discover meaning or purpose, absurdism encourages individuals to confront their existence with defiance. Albert Camus, a 20th century philosopher, believed in absurdism as a form of philosophical rebellion against humanity's search for meaning. Much of history centers on a belief in an ultimate answer that will provide a sense of relief to life's unending cruelty. For a figure like Camus, the absurd emerges as an answer to nihilism's despair, and a humbling truth to existentialism's demand for meaning. Camus wrote, "The absurd is the essential concept and the first truth. Much like taking the red pill in the Matrix, acknowledging the absurd is seen as the first step to living in reality. Do you get extremely self-critical after falling short on personal goals you've set for yourself? In the eyes of an absurdist, there's no point to that despair. After all, you can find freedom in the fact that it's all ultimately meaningless." This newfound insight can be a powerful push towards healthier, more detached thoughts. For an existentialist, finding your own meaning might feel satisfying, but to an absurdist, true freedom exists in rejecting the concept of meaning. What happens when an existentialist's meaning is scrutinized, challenged, and broken down? In absurdism, meaning is a futile endeavor when life flaunts its indifference without warning. Existentialism offers a compelling response to absurdism. Instead of choosing to cave into despair, it encourages us to actively engage with life. After all, authenticity, self-awareness, and a pursuit of meaning are core tenets of this philosophy. While absurdism may lead to total apathy from a lack of passion, existentialism tasks us with taking ownership of our lives. Even when things don't go the way you might have intended, it's important to avoid falling into an autopilot routine. If you suddenly lost your dream home in a fire, absurdists might question why you were ever attached to that home in the first place. With existentialism, you are challenged to acknowledge the pain of loss while recognizing the significance of your attachments. Losing a home is undeniably tragic, but we are encouraged to find meaning in response to this adversity. That quest for meaning can lead to a deeper appreciation for your bond with your loved ones. Existentialism lets you dig deeper when it seems like all hope is lost. In many ways, it's a celebration of the indomitable human spirit. Meaning can be found anywhere and everywhere, and as an existentialist, you have the choice and ability to find purpose and fulfillment no matter what. Should we really do anything about life's inherent lack of meaning? Why react in the first place? Existentialism is often at odds with nihilism. It's no surprise, as nihilism is the warmest embrace one can give to life's hopelessness. While an absurdist advocates for defiance of life's absurdity, a nihilist doubles down on its meaninglessness, adopting despair towards life. Although existentialists must find a meaning of their own, for nihilists, nothing comes next once the meaninglessness is acknowledged. Life is meaningless, so we must act accordingly. Nihilism is often associated with the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. While he was never a strong advocate for this philosophy, Nietzsche presented nihilism as a consequence to the death of traditional values. God is dead, God remains dead, and we have killed him. To Nietzsche, Losing the once default belief in God presents a predicament that ultimately leads to nihilistic thoughts. You can think of nihilism as the default state of humanity when God and the premise of a supreme being are out of the picture. While nihilism is rooted in despair, certain aspects of this concept provide insightful reflections. In fact, there's an active or optimistic type of nihilism that exists. Optimistic nihilism challenges conventional values, seeing the removal of traditional meanings as an opportunity to sprout new moral and cultural horizons. Nietzsche believed this to be a potentially liberating view, as it opened doors to value based on collective and personal will. Optimistic nihilism exists in our world, and it manifests in some interesting ways. A figure like Elon Musk, who claims to have read Nietzsche at age 14, represents this philosophy quite well. Even if his personal opinions are questionable, his outside-of-the-box approach to technology and space exploration challenges old wisdom and expectations. SpaceX is a company that revolutionized the cost of space exploration. Many people would avoid taking on a government-backed organization like NASA, especially when so much of the science is locked behind classified information. With optimistic nihilism, one unlocks the ability to push significant boundaries that were left untouched due to strong, long-established beliefs. While everyone else might be scared to pull the 100-year-old curtain back, a nihilist realizes that giving power to such a belief doesn't help anyone. If there's a monster on the other side, the fear ends. If there is no monster, the fear ends. At its core, existentialism offers a distinct perspective in response to nihilism. Although the universe doesn't offer an inherent meaning, existentialists believe that we have a capacity to live a defined and fulfilling life with our choices and actions. Existentialism acknowledges our potential for personal growth, ethical engagement, and a meaningful existence in a universe that lacks an objective meaning. It's a celebration of our freedom to shape our lives and identities. With this philosophy, we can fully advocate for our confrontation of modern existential dilemmas. Existentialism, absurdism, and nihilism all accept life's meaninglessness, but each of them provides very different responses to this meaninglessness. To explain this difference, picture yourself trapped in solitary confinement. Absurdism teaches you to stop looking for meaning in your suffering and to instead laugh in the face of your captors. In the myth of Sisyphus, pushing a boulder uphill seems like a futile punishment, but each defiant attempt brings a sense of fulfillment. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Nihilism teaches you to do nothing. It's all meaninglessness. Your imprisonment, your defiance, your search for meaning, none of it matters. You would most likely find a nihilist lying in bed waiting for the end to come. Life's inherent lack of meaning renders them detached. They are resigned to the inevitability of existence without a desire to engage in introspection or defiance. Existentialism teaches you to take this experience as an opportunity for self-reflection and personal evolution. Each moment in confinement becomes a canvas upon which you may create meaning and even improve your identity. By embracing your mental freedom, you can seek out purpose even in the face of adversity. This mentality can lead to some powerful results. Throughout his 27-year imprisonment during South Africa's apartheid regime, Nelson Mandela committed to meaning in the form of human dignity and the rights of every individual, regardless of race. This commitment reflects the existentialist theme of finding meaning through personal struggles. In the end, this enduring belief is what helped Mandela eventually reshape the future of his country. An existentialist mindset was key to keeping himself together, holding on to his core sense of meaning until his eventual release. Existentialism allows us to embrace individuality at its core. Even if life has no meaning, there's still a strong and often unexpected beauty in what we're able to create from the rubble of life's absurdity. As an existentialist, your life has meaning the moment you decide to create one. It's like the ultimate cheat code against apathy and despair. Instead of succumbing to the void, the act of living transforms into an art form. By embracing existentialism, you can confront life's inherent uncertainties, while also transforming them into opportunities to pursue personal growth. The next time you're faced with a tough decision and that overwhelming feeling dawns upon you, remember that you have the freedom to create your own meaning. If the pressure of getting a job is clouding your mind, it might be time to ask yourself what really matters. Take some time to reflect, ponder your next steps, prioritize what makes a meaningful life in your heart, and decide for yourself what your life should be. Once you feel like you've figured it out, you can begin to live authentically. Even if you're working in a field you lack passion for, you should work knowing that you intend to change things soon. Never succumb to bad faith, and you'll be able to take on life's absurdity with a head held high.
In life, anything is possible.
Because we can never fully understand how the world works, and the laws of physics prevent us from being able to tell the future, everything we predict is a probability. Some are a lot more probable, others are less probable, while some have astronomically low chances of ever happening. The probability is vanishingly small, but it remains non-zero. Would you get hit by a car? Will you get struck by lightning? Will we ever achieve world peace? If there is a chance that anything can happen, what are the odds? I was scrolling through the deepest parts of the internet one day when I came across this man, Roy Cleveland Sullivan, the man who has been hit by lightning 7 times in his lifetime. The odds of getting struck by lightning once isn't that low, it's just about 1 in 15,000. Even if you live in a small town, chances are that somebody in that town has been struck by lightning at least once. The odds of being struck 7 times in a period of 80 years? That's a 1 in 10 to the 28 chance. This seems like such incredible and unfortunate odds, until you consider the fact that you're more likely to get struck by lightning 7 times than you are to shuffle a deck of cards into perfect numerical order. Those odds? 1 in 10 to the 68. Probability is something that we can't really comprehend as humans. If we did, we'd stop worrying about a lot of things and stop taking granted for most of the things we should be worried about. Like sharks. No thanks to the movie Jaws, humans now have an immense fear of sharks. But the reality is, you're more likely to get killed by a vending machine than you are to get killed by a shark. The odds of getting killed by a vending machine are 1 in 112 million, while the odds of getting killed by a shark are a staggering 1 in 250 million. Now, the odds that you'll be attacked by a shark are much lower at 1 in 3.7 million, but even that is still too high for the monsters we've branded sharks to be. For context, you're more likely to get killed by a dog at a 1 in 112,400 chance than you are to get killed by a shark, but we still keep them in our homes as loving pets. You're more likely to get killed by hornets, wasps, or bees at 1 in 63,225 than you are to get killed by a shark. In fact, you're more likely going to get killed by the government for committing murder at 1 in 119,000 than you are of getting killed by a shark. When you put a little thought into it, you realize that most of the time, our fears are sensational and not rational. When something tragic happens and it garners a lot of public attention, we are more likely to be afraid of that thing, even if it is much less common than the less notorious things. The most prominent example of this is the way we treat plane crashes. Now yes, when planes do crash, it is tragic. But because they cause such a big spectacle and have lots of media coverage, we forget that it is still by far the safest way to travel. Passenger airplane incidents are very rare, and your odds of dying in a plane crash are very slim at 1 in 205,000. That's incredibly low when you compare it to your odds of dying in a car accident, which is just 1 in 107. For motorcycle riders, it's 1 in 890, and even pedestrians aren't safe at 1 in 541. But wait, maybe the reason the airplane deaths are so low has to do something with our fear. Before people go on an airplane, they usually prepare well in advance. No harmful objects are allowed on board, and there's always usually more than one designated pilot who has trained for years on safety practices before they were ever allowed to fly a plane. Compare that to road travel, where we don't really think that much about it, and you can maybe see why things are the way they are. And with the odds that you'll be involved in a drunk driving accident in your lifetime being incredibly high at 2 in 3, you can see what I mean. We barely give it any thought. Hopefully, we can all do better. Try to reduce the risk by simply designating a driver beforehand or taking an Uber when you go out for fun. Another thing we should be worried about is right-handed appliances. Yes, it's true that most of the world is right-handed for some reason. But if we're learning anything as a species, it's inclusiveness. We must do the same with dominant hands because, as it is, the odds of a left-handed person dying simply because they used a right-handed appliance wrong is 1 in 7 million. And while the chances look ridiculously slim, it has to happen to somebody. If you don't die, hey, you'll get a lot of free money from that lawsuit. The ambidextrous people among us can help us decide what appliances are better suited for what dominant hand. And we have a surprising amount of them, 1 in 100 to be exact. Now this does not include people who have had to learn how to use their non-dominant hand because of injury or out of curiosity. It's just people who are born with an amazing control of both of their hands. Art is very subjective. What some people might find beautiful, others will find ugly. What one might consider great acting, others might see it as over the top and annoying. You see, Much unlike science, art doesn't have a definitive set of rules, and so they don't have a strict guideline for judgment either. And while this allows for creativity, it also makes it very difficult to find success in the world of the arts. If you want to be a surgeon, for instance, you know that if you pass the med school exams, in turn go through residency, and so forth, you'll make it. You have a set path to follow. But if you want to be a supermodel or a rock star or a YouTuber, it's not that straightforward. You have to work hard at it every single day, and even then, your odds are very slim. You can be a theater kid all your life, go to film school, practice as much as possible. But in the end, the odds that you'll become a movie star aren't very encouraging, at just 1 in 1.1 million. It's amazing so that even with the odds as slim as this, every year, thousands of people will travel from all parts of the world to LA trying to fulfill their dreams of being on the big screen. When interestingly, you have a much better chance of winning an Oscar at just 1 in 11,500 than becoming a movie star. But of course, this Oscar includes all the technical awards that are given when everyone is taking a bathroom break. And most people would much rather take a 1 in 1.1 million chance than to receive an award when no one's watching. If you're a writer, however, the odds are slightly in your favor. There is a 1 in 220 chance that you'll write a New York Times bestseller. If you put in the time and the effort necessary, these odds are definitely going to go up, bringing you that inch closer to making your dream a reality. Sports are closer related to science than arts, because most of the time, if you work at it hard enough, you'll achieve some kind of success. But how hard can you work when there's only so many medals to go around? Millions of people around the world dedicate their entire lives to competing in the Olympics, yet only 1 in 662,000 will ever win a medal. And that's the thing about scarcity. When there's such limited space, the odds of ever being able to do or acquire said thing just gets increasingly thinner. Think about the number of children who have worn a spacesuit and helmet to career day in school and told everybody that they want to be astronauts. Now think about the fact that the odds of becoming an astronaut are 1 in 12.1 million, and you get sad for those little kids whose dreams will one day have to be crushed. What if they wanted to be president? Well, the chance of becoming a US president is 1 in 10 million. Unless you're a religious 6-foot-tall Harvard Law graduate and military veteran. Then your odds go up astronomically, especially if you're a Harvard alumni, because as surprising as it might sound, the odds that the President of America has attended Harvard is 1 in 3.58. So if you want to have the best chance at becoming president, you know what school to apply for. However, getting into Harvard is almost as difficult as becoming president when you're done. With a chance of just 4.6% of getting in, you might want to apply to some backup schools as well. At the end of the day, we all just want to be successful, whether it's through the arts or going through the so-called traditional route of finishing college and getting a good job. We all just want to have enough money to live comfortably while we're still young. But sadly, the odds are stacked against us. There's a slim chance of just between 6.4% and 22.3% that you'll become a millionaire, with different factors like race, education, wealth status, and age helping to place you somewhere in that range. While the chance of becoming a billionaire? Well, there's 8 billion humans in the world, and only around 2,000 billionaires, so basically, non-existent. Getting old has a bittersweet taste to it. On the one hand, you're getting wiser, more mature, and you have a much better understanding of the world than you did when you were younger. But on the other hand, you're also getting weaker, you're forgetting things more. And sadly, your body just keeps breaking down, one after the other, and the stats don't really help at all. If you're under 20 right now, there's a 1 in 4 chance that you'll be disabled before you retire. And it gets worse. There's a 1 in 2 chance that at the age of 75, you'll have disabling hearing loss. This is why whenever people say they want to work hard now so they can enjoy their retirement, I kind of feel bad for them. Because most times, at that age, you don't really get to enjoy anything. All you can really do is sit around and reminisce on a life that once was, and when the Grim Reaper comes, you say goodbye to your loved ones and move on. And that's why you should do everything you want to do right now. For some reason, there's a 7% higher chance that you'll die on your birthday than on any other day, going out together with the candles. But for a few of us, living to 100 is possible, with the odds of that happening being approximately 1 in 5,780, with those odds increasing significantly if you're biologically a woman. On the other hand of the spectrum, one of the most incredible human achievements is being born. If you're here watching this video right now, you deserve a round of applause. You ran, you fought, you survived. And against all odds, you made it. The odds of you existing were 1 in 5.5 trillion. But here you are. You might have been the 1 in 20 chance of being born on your mom's exact due date, or you're like most of us who were born around 2 weeks before or after. You might be the 1 in 250 who are geniuses, burdened with the weight of advancing our civilization, or like the rest of us who are cheering them on. Whoever you are, whatever it took you to get here, that was an incredible feat, one that is unrepeatable. Not in this lifetime, at least. As light travels through space, it behaves like a wave, but light is also made of tiny particles called photons. This is the paradox of wave particles, and it has completely revolutionized modern physics. The universe is filled with intriguing paradoxes like this, statements that challenge our understanding of reality and force us to question our deepest assumptions. These paradoxes have the power to change our lives in profound ways, opening us up to new possibilities and reshaping the very fabric of our existence. Here are paradoxes that will change your life.
Well, the lotto jackpot has grown to over $64 million.
It all started with a lottery ticket.
You got the numbers wrong!
If you go out and buy a lottery ticket knowing fully well that your chances of winning are 10 million to 1, it'd be logical to assume you didn't win. You'd also be justified in thinking that your friend, your uncle, his sister, their cousin, and their dog all have losing tickets. You're justified in believing that everyone who bought a ticket will lose, even when you know the lottery was fair and there has to be a winner. Somehow you're justified in believing something you know to be false. This demonstrates that truth is relative. It depends on context, prejudice, and your perspective about the world. Because the truth is, the only thing you can prove with certainty is that nothing is certain. This is why people don't consider Pinocchio saying, "My nose will grow now," to be a paradox. His nose will not grow because he didn't lie. He simply made a false prediction. If we have a set of all sets that do not contain themselves, does that set contain itself? Imagine there's a barber who shaves all men who don't shave themselves, and only men who don't shave themselves. Does the barber shave himself? This is an example of Russell's paradox, a paradox that shook the mathematical world. These paradoxes playfully nudge us into realizing that self-reference can often lead to unexpected contradictions. Contradictions aside, though, we all want to be happy, but those who seek out happiness directly often don't find it. This is the paradox of hedonism. If we truly want to be happy, we need to stop searching for happiness and pursue other meaningful activities like nurturing our relationships or serving others. And only then can we be truly happy. The pursuit of pleasure in its raw form often leads to disappointment, while a life lived in service can lead to unexpected happiness. Deep down we all know this. Endless partying, decadent eating habits, and shopping sprees. We know these activities are never as fulfilling as we think they are, and more often than not, we're left with a sense of emptiness after the dust settles. It's called post-indulgence clarity. We see this paradox even in our relationships. Expecting your partner to completely control your happiness often makes them unable to make you happy. At least not in the way you want it. The reality is that to have good relationships, we need to be somewhat independent of them. People think that to find the right partner, they need all the options in the world to pick the perfect person, but in truth, having more options isn't always better. Just look at the fact that we have all these dating apps at our fingertips, and many of us still can't find a healthy relationship. This is the paradox of choice, and contrary to what we think, many options often leave us less satisfied with our final decision. I once watched a TikTok where this guy said men today see more beautiful women while scrolling through TikTok for 5 minutes than kings from the past did in their entire lives, and although it was a joke, he was entirely correct. But it's not a good thing. According to biological anthropologist Helen Fisher, the human brain isn't built to deal with more than 5 to 9 options for a partner. After that, the brain goes into decision paralysis, where it almost refuses to pick. So the next time you feel inundated by options, remember that less is sometimes better, and more data may not always be more informative. Learning is great. Asking questions and figuring out how things work is how our species has gotten to where it is today. But learning is also a paradox because the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. It's an amazing paradox, one that encourages you to never stop learning. Paradoxes are everywhere in mathematics and statistics, like Simpson's paradox. Here, trends that appear in a different group will disappear or even reverse when the groups are combined to form a larger group. In the 1970s, UC Berkeley was accused of gender bias against women in its admissions process. At first glance, the admissions data made it seem like men were more likely to be admitted than women. But when the data was broken down into individual departments, most departments had admission percentages that were significantly in favor of women. The problem was that a higher proportion of women were applying to more competitive departments with lower admission rates, so when compared to all the men in the school, it seemed like women had lower rates of admission, but when compared to the men in each department, it was clear that the women actually had a higher rate. This is, unfortunately, how misinformation spreads. It's usually not with wrong data, but with the correct data expressed without proper context. Because the reality is that often, as paradoxical as it may seem, the whole is different from the sum of its parts. Change is ever present in our lives. The human body replaces billions of cells daily, and every 7 years or so, you are an entirely different cellular collection. So if we're constantly changing, how do we know the person we are today is the same person we were 7 years ago? One might say the essence of who we are remains, but that essence is really just the result of our thoughts, beliefs, and experiences, which are also changing. So who really are you? Maybe you like defining yourself based on your struggles, how hard you pursue something you want to achieve. But have you ever thought that sometimes trying too hard to get something almost makes it impossible to get? It's the backwards law, and it's an interesting concept with lots of layers to uncover. If you're interested in a dedicated video about this subject, just let me know in the comments below. In 2016, after his infamous penalty miss against Chile, Lionel Messi hung up his boots with his beloved Argentina. In what seemed like the last nail in the coffin, Messi simply had enough. On the club stage, success seemed to come to him so easily, but where he really wanted it, where he desperately tried to do it all by himself, victory seemed elusive. Consider the paradox of Achilles and the tortoise coined by Zeno, the father of Stoicism. In this paradox, Achilles gave a tortoise a head start and races it to infinity. Zeno argued that Achilles will never truly overtake the tortoise because when he reaches where the tortoise started, the tortoise will have moved a little further, and this pattern will continue till infinity. The paradox is silly, but it challenges our perception of movement, space, and infinity. And the realization it leaves with us, especially with Messi's story, is that sometimes no matter how much you try, some things seem just that little bit out of reach. Messi had to accept that part of his legacy was beyond his control. The Argentine Football Federation was underfinanced and poorly managed, and there was no one around him when he needed support. With criticism pouring down from all sides and embarrassing defeats one after another, the dream would remain just that, a dream. Yet, as soon as he let go, the tide began turning. Messi took almost a metaphorical backseat, dropping deeper than his traditional role, playing farther from the goal than he had ever played. His job now wasn't to shine himself, but cast lights on the others, many of whom were young kids who were fans of him when he hung up his boots in 2016. But there he was on December 18th, 2022, nearly 6 years after that missed penalty, lifting the World Cup. Very few stories are as remarkable as Messi's. Most of us live and die without doing or being anything special. Or is that so? If there's nothing oddly special about us, the Earth and the life it holds, then the universe should be teeming with life, and yet it isn't. You might say maybe that it is, and we just aren't advanced enough to search the galaxy to find it, and you'll be right. But considering how young our galaxy is compared to others out there, and that, if given enough time, any advanced species should be able to figure out interstellar travel, if there are any aliens, we should have seen them by now. This is Fermi's paradox, and put simply by a New York Times article, it exclaims, "If life is so easy, someone from somewhere must have come calling by now." Maybe equally paradoxical is the insignificance of the question, are we special, when you boil it down to the individual. There's around 20 quintillion animals on Earth, that's 20 billion. Yet the value of a single life isn't questioned. So why do we think that the universe teeming with life will make us any less unique? There's something innately valuable about life. What exactly it is may remain forever elusive. And speaking of elusive things in life, the coastline paradox is a geographical conundrum that originated in the mind of British scientist Lewis Fry Richardson. It's a concept that challenges our understanding of measurement and infinity, revealing a surprising contradiction that's not only mathematical but also physical. Essentially, this paradox states that the length of a coastline depends on the length of the tool used to measure it. The shorter the ruler, the longer the measured length of the coastline. This is because a smaller ruler can capture more of the intricate twists and turns of the coastline. But here the paradox arises. Theoretically, as the ruler gets infinitely small, the length of the coastline becomes infinitely large. Consider the coastline of Britain as an example. If we were to measure it with a 100-kilometer ruler, we would get a significantly shorter length than with a 1-kilometer ruler, which would capture more details of the coastline. And if we used a 1-centimeter ruler, the coastline would appear even longer. Following this logic to its extreme, the coastline seems to stretch to infinity as the ruler shrinks to 0. But how can this be? After all, Britain is an island of finite size. The paradox stems from the fractal nature of coastlines. They have a high degree of complexity and self-similarity at all scales. This is a real-world example of a mathematical concept known as fractal geometry. The coastline paradox is not only mind-bending, but it also has practical implications for cartography, geology, and various other disciplines. It teaches us a humbling lesson about the limitations of our measurements and how they can be influenced by the scale at which we look at things. It's a testament to the unexpected complexities that can emerge from something as simple as measuring a length. The coastline paradox is a stunning illustration of how reality can defy our intuitive assumptions, revealing an infinitely intricate, endlessly fascinating world of surprises. It's a poetic ode to the idea of paradoxes themselves. From being incorporated into movies to revolutionizing reality and the sciences, paradoxes have captured our imagination. Intellectual enigmas, that's what they are. Beautiful puzzles that tease our intellect, challenge our perceptions, and invite us to look beyond the apparent. They hold up a mirror to the complexities of life and the universe, reflecting an intriguing and elusive existence. Paradoxes gracefully illustrate that our universe isn't a mere collection of absolutes, but a symphony of mysteries, wonders, and unfathomable truths.
For the past month or so, I've been thinking a lot about life, and when people say that, they usually mean what they want to do in life, whether that be their career, or relationships, or entertainment, or leisure. But I've been thinking differently. Of course, I've been thinking about those things, but I've also been thinking about how much of your life is really yours. How much of your life is really being lived to its full potential. Are you living, or are you just existing? On average, you're gonna get about 79 years on this big rock called Earth. If you live in Monaco, it's closer to 90. If you live in Chad, you'll be lucky to get 50. Regardless, we don't get 79 years of freedom. We have responsibilities and things that we can't ignore. Most importantly, our bodies. Assuming you sleep 8 hours a night on average, about a third of your life, or 26 years, is going to be spent sleeping. So right away, we're down from 79 to 53. But it doesn't stop there. Chances are if you're watching this video, you're going to or have gone to school. In the United States, you'll go for at least 12 years. 8 hours a day, 5 days a week for 36 weeks a year. This amounts to 17,280 hours spent just inside the school building. But wait, we also have to factor in homework and out-of-school activities, among other things. So, this is more like 22,000 to 25,000 hours, or about 3 years of your life. If you go to college or university afterwards, make it 5 years instead. We're down to 48 years. Well, all this schooling and money you spent getting a degree has to be put to some use, right? Chances are you'll try and get a job in the field of whatever it is your degree is in. It'll probably be a full-time job, so you'll be working 40-hour weeks pretty regularly, if not more than that. Let's say you get 2 weeks of vacation per year. The average person works for about 40 to 50 years of their life, so we'll just go with the average and say 45. Over your entire life, you'll work on average about 90,000 hours, or about 10 years of your life. We have 38 years left. Wait, depending on where you live, your commute to work will vary. You might drive yourself, you might walk, you might use an Uber or a taxi. Regardless, your commute to and from work, on average, takes about 1.5 hours a day. Adding this up over your entire working career, it amounts to 17,520 hours, or about 2 years of your life. 36 years left. All of this work and studying really builds up an appetite, so you should probably spend some time eating. On an average day, we spend about 70 minutes just eating food to survive. In your 79 years of life, you'll spend about 32,000 hours just eating, or about 4 years of your life, down to 32. Well, after you're done eating, you have to clean up and maybe do some chores around the house. On average, you spend about 1 hour a day doing tasks just around your house, cleaning up after you eat, washing dishes, doing laundry, showering, and plenty of other stuff. This amounts to nearly 29,000 hours over the course of your life, or about 3 years. 29 years left. Eventually, all of that food and water has to leave your body somehow. You'll spend about 3 months of your life just sitting on the toilet. Yeah. Of course, we also waste time, and we do it pretty well. Over the course of our lifetimes, we'll spend about 115,000 hours on our phones, or about 13 years. This, of course, is just your phone. This doesn't include you watching TV, you playing games, among other things. 16 years left. Assuming you can afford to retire at the average age of 62, you'll spend the rest of your life living the luxuries of retirement, if you can still function properly. Over 50% of retired people over the age of 65 have some sort of disability, with 15% of those people having 3 or more. Chances are, if you are one of these people, you'll be in and out of medical care pretty often. So, those final 16 years of freedom you have, it's a coin flip. That doesn't exactly entail freedom. So overall, you have 1 year in your 79-year life to really and truly do what you want to do. But despite the age you might be, young or old, you may be nearing the end of your time with some of the most important people in your life. For example, while you're young and in school from the ages of 1 to 18, you'll most likely be spending nearly every day in the presence of your parents. After you finish your schooling, assuming your parents are in their mid-40s, we'll say they have about 30 years left in their life. The real world starts to set in. Your job, your possible relationships, your important things to do in life take priority. Eventually, if you leave your hometown, you'll only be seeing your parents around holidays and special occasions, maybe 10 days a year. So, 300 days left with the people who brought you into the world, whereas before you would see them almost every single day. You have already spent 95% of the time that you will ever spend with your parents in the first 18 years of your life. And now, you only have the remaining 5% for the rest of your life. At the end of the day, there's only one thing that matters, and that's your own happiness. What many people don't realize is that they do so many things in life just to try and succeed as opposed to fulfilling a purpose. They work a job they hate for 40 years just to make that extra $30,000 a year so they can afford a car that they only drive to work. It's temporary happiness, not genuine happiness. People go to school to become a doctor because their mom or their dad or somebody else told them to, not because they actually want to. I really hope that every single person watching this video gets insanely rich and famous so that they can finally realize that this isn't the point of life. The point is to be happy with what you're doing while you're doing it. Alright, sure, the 45 working years or however long you're working is going to be hard to get past. But what if you don't hate waking up every day to go to work? What if your work is your happiness? You see, life isn't a straight path. You can't map it out perfectly one-to-one. It just doesn't work like that. We spend every day planning on what we're going to do the next, instead of just taking in the day for what it actually is. Sure, we have to eat, duh. But what if we spend that time eating with friends or family, or just people who make your life better? Your commute to work might be long and tedious sometimes, but what if you spend that time listening to podcasts, or carpooling with coworkers and friends? The 13 years we waste on our phones might seem useless, but what if we use that time to build the business you've always wanted to, or build the brand you've always wanted, or make a YouTube channel to talk to people about the random ideas you get? You'll bring so much value to people that you never even thought was possible. Let's say you take care of yourself and regularly work out and eat decently well. Your chances of being healthy later in life is much more likely, and you'll have much more free time to master the things that you really want, whether that be a skill or just relationships with others. No matter what you or I or any person on this planet does, time doesn't stop for anyone. Time is the one thing you cannot get back. If you lose a lot of money, it's fine. You can get more. If your friend decides to turn their back on you, it's fine. There's millions of people out there in the same situation. But time, you can't get it back. Once it's gone, it's gone. How many days have you spent doing the same mundane tasks that you hate? And more importantly, when is it going to end? Life is about choices. Every choice you've ever made has led you to this exact moment watching this video. And given that you only have one life, at least in this universe, why not make your own decisions? So many people live life predicated on somebody else's opinion, which is dumb. People have so many barriers in life, but they aren't really about money, they aren't about time. They aren't about how you look, it's about opinions. Other people's opinions. Probably about 90% of people are unhappy because they value someone else's opinion more than their own. When you're old and unable to do the things that you could have when you're younger, you'll regret. And regret hurts more than any breakup, failure, or anything else ever could. Life doesn't have to suck, you don't have to regret everything. That FOMO, or fear of missing out, is a poison. Instead of living trying to mimic people you see on Instagram or YouTube or social media, just live based on your own terms. Instead of just observing and living passively, really start to think about what you do with your time. Does that mean call your boss and tell him you quit? No. Does that mean drop out of school tomorrow? No. All it means is to truly decide what you want in life and put yourself in the right direction. It's not gonna happen overnight, that's not the point. There would be no journey then. As cliche as it sounds, your 79-year journey here is very short. Sure, it's technically the longest thing you'll ever do. But the universe is 13.8 billion years old. If the universe's history was condensed down into 24 hours, the world as we know it, with cars and airplanes and civilization as we know it, would only come into existence in the very last second. Block out any and all negativity in your life. And once you can truly realize that the only opinion that matters is your own, life can get pretty clear. And the noises inside your head get pretty quiet.
As kids, we believed a lot of different things. From thinking that the gifts under the Christmas tree were kept there by Santa, to imagining a tiny fairy that came in at the dead of night to steal the loose tooth from underneath our pillows. Most of the things we believed in as kids are magical. Information pieced together by stories that we've been told by adults, or things that we watched on TV. One of those things that some of us watched on TV and actually believed in was Barney. That's right, the purple dinosaur. Barney's theme song, while nonsensical, offers us a rather interesting paradox. The song goes, Barney is a dinosaur from our imagination. Barney shows us lots of things like how to play pretend. Which begs the question, if Barney was the one who taught us how to play pretend, then how did we imagine him to be in the first place? It's the classic causal loop, where an event in the future creates an event in the past, which creates the event in the future, and so you're left without a point of origin. Paradoxes are all around us, from the shows we grew up watching as kids, to the songs that were stuck in our heads throughout middle school. You know that one song by One Direction that goes, "You don't know that you're beautiful, that's what makes you beautiful." Just think about it for a moment. For her to not know that she was beautiful, she had to have been beautiful in the first place, which means that she couldn't have known what made her beautiful. As if that wasn't enough, the song is all about telling the girl that she is beautiful. So does that mean then that when the song is over, the girl stops being beautiful? Because now that she knows that she is beautiful, shouldn't that make her no longer beautiful? But if she stops believing she's beautiful, doesn't that then make her beautiful again? It's a weird thing in that the more you think about it, the less sense it makes. Relationships are also weird. Two random people meet each other and decide that they want to spend all, or at least most of their time together. You're asking each other silly paradoxical questions like, if a person who can read minds and a person who can predict the future fight each other, who would win? Soon after, you're both in bed on a cold, windy night, sharing secrets you said you'd never tell anyone. You're lying down there with your partner in a windowless room, and then it begins to rain. You don't have any idea of what the weather outside is like. You have no weather app or anything like that. And so when your friend walks in and tells you it's raining outside, you don't believe them. In that scenario, your friend can say about you, "It's raining, but John doesn't believe it." And it would be perfectly acceptable. So why is it that if you say the same thing, "It's raining, but I don't believe it is," everyone in the room might think you've just lost your mind? Why is the second question absurd and not the first? Why is it absurd for us to say something that is true about ourselves? Speaking of truth, what do you think would happen to Pinocchio if he said the words, "My nose will grow now"? If Pinocchio's nose grows, then that means he was telling the truth, so his nose shouldn't have grown. But if his nose doesn't grow, then he just told a lie, and so his nose should grow. Some people don't consider this to be a paradox. The argument is that Pinocchio's nose would not grow because he didn't lie. He simply made a false prediction. But hey, where's the fun in that? A lot of the times we say things that make sense to us on the surface. However, on closer inspection, you quickly realize things are not as they seem. Let's say you go out and buy a lottery ticket knowing fully well that your chances of winning are 10 million to 1. It would be perfectly normal for you to conclude that you did not get the winning ticket. In fact, it would be considered a bit crazy for you to think that your ticket won. You'll also be justified in thinking that your friend, your uncle, your sister, his sister, their cousin, and their dog all have losing tickets. You look around you in the store, you're justified in believing that everyone you encounter will probably lose, and in turn that no ticket will win. However, knowing fully well that the lottery was fair and there must be one winner, you are justified in believing something you know to be false. Just how? This only goes to show that truth is relative. It depends on context, on knowledge, and perspective about the world. Because the truth is the only thing that you can prove with certainty is that nothing is certain. I watched a couple fighting outside Starbucks the other day. The woman turned to the man who was with her and in a slightly raised voice she said, "Deep down, you're really shallow." And while the rest of the coffee shop pretended that they didn't just hear that, I had to pause and think about it for a moment. If he had a deep down, then how can he be shallow? But I bet that's not what was in his mind. Or was it? For all we know, he was probably thinking of shallower thoughts, deep down in his heart. For a relationship to succeed, everyone in the relationship needs to trust one another. But this is real life, and sometimes people are insecure, and sometimes it's not their fault. Everything from anxiety to past traumatic experiences, the reality of the world forces us sometimes to be insecure. This is why people often find it easier to talk to strangers about their deepest, darkest secrets than the ones they claim to trust. It's the paradox of trust. We claim to trust this person, yet we fear they would judge us for our secrets. And on the flip side, we feel most comfortable telling people who we do not trust the secrets that could damn us. Not long before the couple finished their argument, the baristas in the coffee shop walked out to the little girl and her mom in the chair adjacent to me. They handed the little girl a tiny birthday cupcake and sang the happy birthday song to her. As she closed her eyes to make a wish before blowing out the candles, I quickly glanced around the room and I thought to myself, what are the chances that someone else in here right now also has their birthday today? And like most rational people, I concluded that it was far too unlikely. There were less than 30 people in the coffee shop that day, and there are 365 days in a year. So of course the chances that two random people would have the same birthday would be slim, right? Well, most people would say yes, but according to the birthday paradox, most people would be wrong. Because if there are 23 people in a room, there's a 50% chance that 2 of them share a birthday. Now to fully understand this one, we're going to need some math, so permit me to do a little bit of probability analysis here. Let's start small, with just 2 people. Let's ignore leap years or twins or any patterns that suggest babies are born more times at certain periods of the year than others, because those are just too confusing. Okay, say you and I are in a room together. There's a 365 out of 365, or 100% chance, that I have a birthday. I do. And a 365 out of 365 times 364 out of 365 chance that we both do not share the same birthday. Now, let's say one other person in the room joins us. The probability that this new person does not have the same birthday as either of us becomes 365 over 365 times 364 over 365 times 363 over 365, And that multiplication just goes on and on and on for however many babies you want. When you get to the 23rd baby, this incredibly long series of multiplication gives you the number 0.492, which is basically 49.2%. Now, this is the probability that we do not share a birthday. To find out the probability that two random people in this coffee shop do share a birthday, we have to subtract that number from 100%, which gives us 50.7%. If you don't fully understand the math, honestly, I barely did too. But it checks out, trust me. While we're on the subject of math, a teacher once walked into her class on Friday and announced that there would be a surprise test sometime next week. As she left the class, the students began to murmur to each other about when they thought the test would happen. One clever student stood up and told his mates that the test couldn't be given on Friday, because when Thursday comes around and they don't have the test, then they know that the test is on Friday. But it has to be a surprise test, so it can't be Friday. Because they already know it can't be Friday, if it's by the end of Wednesday and it doesn't happen, then they'll know it's Thursday, so it can't be Thursday either. The student continues his analysis for the rest of the week until Monday, and finally, he comes to the conclusion that the test cannot be given at all, since they would know, but the teacher said it would be a surprise. So when the teacher walks in on Wednesday and hands them their test sheets, the students are all surprised. How could this have happened? They all ask themselves, puzzled. We're living in unprecedented times. With Russia's attack on Ukraine, the whole world is currently sitting on basically a live grenade. One wrong move from any of the world powers, and we could very well find ourselves in the middle of another world war. It's in times like these when you just pause and think about paradoxes in the way that our society operates. We claim to be free, but there is no freedom without law and order. And as the Latin saying goes, si vis pacem para bellum, which, despite my poor pronunciation, translates to, if you want peace, prepare for war. It's a strange thing to think about, and an even stranger thing to be living through. In World War II, pilots could only get out of combat duty if they were psychologically unfit to fly. However, anyone who tried to get out of combat duty proves he is sane. Today we call this a catch-22, after the satirical World War II novel written by Joseph Heller. We see catch-22s everywhere in our world today. To get a job, you need work experience, but to get that work experience, you need to have had a job. We've all seen it, companies asking for 5 years of experience for entry-level jobs. Or coal miners who only have two options, to quit working and die of starvation, or to keep working and die of pollution. Most people pick the latter, because then they can say at least they tried their best. The world is unfair. Some people are born into wealth, power, and privilege and never have to work a day in their lives. The rest are forced to struggle and slave away just to make ends meet. Truly, all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. On the surface, this statement might not seem logical. However, on close inspection, it may prove to be well-founded, and even true. If I told you right now that humans are perfect organisms, and that in our mother's wombs, we first are fishes, who then develop into amphibians, and then reptiles, birds, primates, before finally becoming what we know as human, I'm sure you'd look at me like I've gone insane. And I have, but that's besides the point. Just as recently as 1811, because of the works of scientist Johann Friedrich Meckel, everybody thought that was true. And this is because science is transient. What we once hold as truth quickly fades away upon closer inspection. And looking back, we can only laugh at ourselves for the scientific facts we once held dear to our hearts. Some other times, these aren't even actual scientific facts. They're just very popular opinions that all of us have collectively agreed to be true, even though they are in fact not. These are all the times we were wrong. Not everything Meckel said was wrong, though. In fact, he was the first scientist to correctly predict that embryos have gills. Well, slits on their neck that closely resemble gills, at least. However, unlike what he suggested, we don't pass through a fish phase in our mother's wombs. These slits are most likely due to the fact that both humans and fish share a common ancestor and some DNA, and not because we're trying to attain some kind of biological perfection. I mean, who are we kidding? We're far from perfect. But for a long time, scientists believed this to be true. Well, until the late 19th century when Charles Darwin's theory of evolution started to gain traction. We realized that a linear series of evolution in our mother's womb was completely illogical. The theory of evolution is one that has been completely riddled with lots of false claims and ideas that are simply not true. In reality, evolution is a very difficult subject to research because of the limited amount of fossil information available. As a result, a lot of times, all we're left with are hypotheses, some of which are brilliant, and others, not so much. For a long time, scientists believed that all of life was aquatic, until one day, many millions of years ago, a brave fish dared to walk on land. Starting with very short periods on dry ground, the fish started spending more and more time on land, and gradually, its gills got replaced with lungs, and it became amphibian. Then the amphibians became reptiles, who became birds, who became mammals. And while these scientists got the process of evolution right, that one brave fish was not the first animal to step on land. The earth was rich with insects, funguses, and was bubbling with life before that fish ever came into the picture. Another hypothesis that we all seem to collectively get wrong is where humans come from. If I asked you right now, you'd most likely tell me that we evolved from chimpanzees, our closest living relatives. But while the second half of that statement is true, the first half is completely false. We didn't evolve from chimpanzees. Yes, we evolved from apes. However, we did not evolve from any apes living today. We, monkeys, chimps, and gorillas all evolved from a common ancestor, the so-called great apes that lived in Africa around 7 million years ago. It was around that time in the evolution chain that we split. So although chimpanzees are our closest living relatives, we're further apart on the family tree than a lot of us think. Our much closer relative, although now extinct, are the Neanderthals. Modern humans split from Neanderthals just around 500,000 years ago, but even these guys certainly came with their own controversy. For a long time, scientists believed that Neanderthals and humans never lived together, with some believing that Neanderthals evolved into humans. But again, that's not true. Archaeologists have since found ancient human skeletons that prove that modern humans and Neanderthals coexisted for thousands of years. In fact, they didn't just coexist, they actually mated, which is why most humans living outside of Africa have anywhere between 1 to 4% of Neanderthal DNA still in them today. When we start talking about the theory of evolution in ancient humans, we can't help but talk about dinosaurs. You know, those giant scary lizard-looking things from Jurassic Park? The ones that have Earth-like tones, lizard-like scales, and roars more earth-shattering than that of a lion? Well, in reality, the dinosaur was none of those things I just mentioned. First, dinosaurs are more closely related to birds than lizards. In fact, every single living bird today is a modern-day dinosaur, a descendant of theropods, a species of ancient dinosaurs. And because they're birds, they mostly had feathers covering their scaly skin. Fossil evidence has shown that a lot of Tyrannosaurus had feathers, which means that even the great T-Rex probably had a few as well, mostly on its head and tail. Dinosaurs also never ran fast. Because they always had to have one leg on the ground, they could only get to around 25 miles per hour, which is still pretty scary because, well, 1, they're massive, and 2, the average speed of a human is 15 miles per hour. But if you're Usain Bolt, you've got nothing to worry about. You can outrun these guys any day. And let's be honest, have you ever heard any bird roar? Yeah, me neither. Which is why a recent scientific study has shown that the T-Rex most likely hooted, cooed, or made deep-throated booming sounds like the emu, not a trembling roar like a giant lion. It's funny when you think about it. Now we can forgive ourselves for getting these details wrong. After all of these things happened tens of millions of years ago, before any of us ever existed. But if you look much closer in time, you'll see a lot of things we get wrong every day, even things that are as simple as George Washington's teeth. In 1789, when George Washington was inaugurated as president, he only had one natural tooth left. But because the president needed an amazing smile, he wore dentures. Now in reality, these dentures were made from hippopotamus ivory, brass, and gold. But for some reason, we like to believe they were made from wood. Why we believe that, I have no idea. But it's not too late to change your mind. According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, a person who often changes their beliefs or behaviors in order to please others or to succeed is called a chameleon. But are chameleons really chameleons? This definition is derived from the assumption that chameleons change the color of their skin to match their surroundings, most likely to camouflage. And while there are animals that excel at using this tactic like the octopus, the chameleon is not one of those animals. In reality, most chameleon species can only change from green to brown and back to green, and they don't change color to blend into their surroundings. They do it to regulate their body temperature. When the chameleon is cold, it becomes darker to absorb more heat, and when it's hot, it turns pale to reflect more heat so it can cool down. There is one species of chameleon that can change into any color though, and that's the panther chameleon. But even those guys don't do it to match their surroundings. Their flamboyant display of colors helps them fend off against males competing for territory. And also to attract females. I mean, isn't that why we all buy designer in the first place? To impress each other? Speaking of fancy, who else was taught that diamonds are made from coal? Sorry, but that's not true at all. It's a terribly common misconception. In fact, most of the diamonds that have been dated were found to be older than even the very first plants that appeared on Earth. And because you need trees to make coal, it's impossible for coal to produce diamonds when diamonds existed long before the material that makes coal even existed. Anyway, NASA researchers have even found a number of nanodiamonds in meteorites. Nanodiamonds are diamonds that are just a few nanometers in diameter. Simple enough. They're too tiny to be considered gems, but it's still pretty cool that you can have these precious objects just floating around in space. Still, it makes you question why we deem them as so precious when, in reality, they're extremely abundant in our universe. There are planets in space where it literally rains diamonds. Anyway, of course these asteroids are floating because there's no gravity in space, right? Well, unfortunately, wrong. There is gravity in space. It's what holds the moon in orbit around the Earth and the Earth close together around the sun with all the other planets. It's just that as you get further away from the Earth's gravitational pull on you weakens, and other gravitational forces begin to take priority. But in reality, everything in space is falling, in every direction imaginable, all the time. The only reason it seems as if you're floating and not falling is because space is very large, and most importantly, very empty, at least compared to Earth. For instance, on Earth, if you were to, and I really don't recommend it, jump off a building, you could feel the strong winds on your face. You would see the ground appearing closer and closer. You can tell that you're falling quite easily, and in just a few seconds, impact. You're on the ground because the distance between the height you fell from and where you landed isn't that much. In space, there is no air, so no whooshing sound to accompany your fall. And because it's so large, it takes you anywhere from a few hours to many years to land on one surface when you fall from another. So it feels like you're floating. But you're not. You're falling. Really, really slowly. And that's because of gravity, one of man's most important discoveries. When you think about the fact that it is one of man's most important discoveries, you would imagine that the story behind it would have been preserved carefully. But the version almost all of us have heard has not been preserved at all. The old tale goes that Newton was tired from all the many failed experiments he had in his career. Tired and frustrated, he sat under a tree to rest his head. As he sat, a ripe apple fell down from the tree and hit him on the head. And in a eureka moment, he discovered one of the most important forces in physics: gravity. But the truth is much less dramatic than that. In reality, Isaac Newton was observing the apples falling from the tree of their own accord when he discovered that there must be a force behind it. He wasn't sitting under the tree, and the apple certainly didn't fall on his head. You see, sometimes I understand why we make up some of these stories. They help make us feel better about ourselves. When we believe that some of humanity's greatest achievements couldn't have happened without a huge slice of luck, we can keep hope alive for our own share of luck, our own piece of the apple pie. It's the same with the story of Albert Einstein. We all heard growing up about how he failed in class, but still went on to become one of the greatest physicists the world has ever seen. But that's just not true at all. Einstein always excelled in school. He didn't learn to read late in life, and he most likely didn't have a learning disability. Our teachers must have told us these stories to make us feel good about ourselves, give us hope that even if we have rough starts in school, we could still become geniuses later in life if we worked hard. And while there are 1,000 examples of this exact theory, Einstein simply wasn't one of them. Aristotle is one of the greatest philosophers to have ever lived, and was the first true scientist. He practically invented formal logic, and he described and explored the different scientific disciplines and their relations to one another. But for all the good he did, there was one thing he got terribly, terribly wrong. He claimed that the Earth was at the center of the universe. I mean, why wouldn't he? Most things you observe point to this exact conclusion. Now, while Aristotle wasn't the first to say this, he championed the fight. He claimed that using logic, he had found this to be 100% true, and wouldn't back down from his argument. It took the work of Galileo, almost 2 millennia later, to discover that the sun was at the center of the solar system, and not our Earth. And still, people didn't believe him. In fact, they ostracized him. And this is just one of the many times that we as humans have overemphasized our importance. In the movie Lucy, Morgan Freeman says this in a room full of students. It is estimated most human beings only use 10% of their brain's capacity. Imagine if we could access 100%. Interesting things begin to happen. While it's fun to think that humans are capable of a whole lot more if we could just find a way to tap into that remaining 90% resource, reality is far less exciting. Most of the brain is active almost all the time. While they might not be actively used for thinking, they're working, busy doing other things. Like keeping you alive. Kind of important. Think about it. The brain is just 3% of the body's weight, but it uses 20% of the body's energy. To burn through that much energy, you would have to be doing something, right? Even though we get it wrong most of the time, it's fun to explore the world around us. We will continue to make assumptions about everything we see. And chances are, most of it'll be wrong. But that's a good thing, because if we never know what's wrong, we can never know what's truly right. Money. Our lives revolve around it. We all want it. We know we all want it. Most of it doesn't even exist beyond the heavy-duty servers of some bank. And yet, the pursuit continues for this elusive thing. Despite its presence in everyday life, despite the fact that we spend most of our waking hours working towards money, it's still somehow taboo to talk about. We like to pretend that money is not important to us. And sure, money is not the end goal. In fact, one of the most common regrets of people on their deathbeds tends to be that they worked too hard, chasing after money, of course. For all its value, however, money still can't buy you a meaningful relationship or an experience. But while money can't buy any of those things, it can make them more accessible. Is happiness not easier to achieve once you know the bills are all taken care of? Is happiness not easier to achieve when you are able to give a loved one something you know they deserve? At the very least, more money often equates to more choices in terms of how you want to spend your time, whether that is with your loved ones or in chasing a passion you had as a kid. And even if you disagree with everything I just said, in order to change the world, you will still need the backing of financial capital. Now, with that said, and hopefully having navigated through the awkwardness of introducing such a topic, let's cut right to the chase. How much money should you be making? How much is enough? And mind you, there is a very good reason to ask such a question. This is not just for curiosity's sake. Studies show that when you have actually put a metric to a goal, and maybe even written it down, you are more likely to achieve it. People who vividly picture a goal are 40% more likely to successfully achieve it. So, how much? What does the literature say? Well, the relationship of money and happiness is a complicated one. First of all, emotions are generally hard to track, and second of all, this question has not been researched all that much. However, anyone talking about this topic has to bring up a piece of literature from 2010, authored by Daniel Kahneman and Angus Deaton. Their paper looks into the relationship between income and happiness, but it goes a bit beyond that. The authors decided that simply looking into one metric as a measure of subjective well-being would fail to capture the complete picture and confound the findings. So they looked at two things: emotional well-being, which is defined as the day-to-day satisfaction, and life evaluation, defined as the thoughts that come to mind when one thinks of life as a whole. You could also think of emotional well-being as the sort of short-term happiness, and life evaluation as the long-term happiness. Now, what did the research find? It turns out, life evaluation rises steadily with income. The more people earn, the more positively they tend to think of life in general. Emotional well-being, on the other hand, seems to plateau after an annual income of around $75,000, meaning till that figure, for the majority of people, each bit of raise in income will feel great. But after it, your day-to-day happiness won't go up by that much. So, there it is, right? That's the magical number. Well, not quite. For one, this is a study from 2010. Because of inflation, today, that amount is closer to around 93,000. And I should also mention that this study was conducted with US residents as participants. What is considered a good life will definitely vary drastically in other parts of the world. Let's get that right. Just recently, in the first few weeks of 2021, researcher Matt Killingsworth published the latest findings on the very same question. How much money should you be making to be happy? His findings? Experienced well-being continues to rise even beyond the coveted $75,000 mark. And not just that, it continues to rise just as steeply as before, meaning the return on investment isn't any worse off the more money you make. Why does this research disagree with the previous findings? Well, for a paper by Kahneman and Deaton, the data that was collected for emotional well-being were answers to questions about the previous day. That has the potential to fail to capture what a person was actually feeling in that moment of happiness or sadness, because our minds tend to play tricks with us. Killingsworth research, meanwhile, is collected via an app which pings users at various times of the day. It is more convenient than the traditional forms of surveying, and, as such, he had a significantly larger pool of responses to base his findings on. This also allowed him to more truly capture what participants were feeling. So, if we are to accept Killingsworth's findings, then both people's day-to-day happiness, as well as their general outlook on life, tend to improve with higher income. So does that mean we should all just aim for an astronomically high salary in search of happiness and hope that we get there someday? Is that a realistic target? There's a thought experiment to try and answer that question for us as individuals. Author Brad Stollery came up with the idea for the experiment. It goes like this. How much money would you have to be paid, right here, right now, to never receive another dollar of income from anyone else? Now, you might think that's a straightforward experiment. You just aim for a really, really high number. Somewhere in the hundreds of millions or billions for most people. I guess. The catch is that this experiment will be run in groups of 5 people, and whoever has the lowest figure in mind will actually walk away with the money. The rest of the players get nothing. The game theory at play here is actually quite cool. The interesting thing about this experiment is that it pits 2 of your impulses against each other, and in doing so forces you to be reasonable. Because, of course you want to aim for a high number, but you also want to win and have the money, so you can't just aim for a stupidly large number. Of course, this experiment is talking about money paid as a lump sum, while most of the research looks at salaries. The perceptions of well-being might as well be different for the 2 of them, but it's hard to see why the thought experiment won't work with salaries too. Go ahead and ask yourself that question and see what you come up with. The answer might help you more vividly visualize a target that you can actually work towards. Of course, we all want to achieve happiness, but more income is easier said than done. When should we really stop trying? And what if the circumstances are simply not there for a raise or a promotion? Well, that's where the other part of the puzzle comes in, our adaptation. Don't get me wrong, it's a wonderful thing. Being able to adapt is what allowed our species to come so far. But at the same time, it also means that whenever presented with an improved quality of life, we rapidly adapt to it and begin taking it for granted. It would explain why most people live their lives from 9 to 5 chasing after that next raise, because staying where you are, regardless if you make 5 figures a year or 7, brings with it a heavy feeling of obsolescence. Then there's obviously an element of comparison. We've known this for a while that comparison is the thief of joy. You might have a 7-figure salary, but you won't be anything close to happy if you compare yourself with Jeff Bezos, who has more money than brain cells. Literally. Studies also show that for the same salary, people living in a rich neighborhood feel worse than people in a poor neighborhood. While both participants likely take joy from their salaries, They also compare them with that of the Joneses. If the Joneses make less than you, you're happy. If they make more, you're not. Research also says easily accessible money improves well-being more than money that is stowed deep inside someone's pension. The closeness of a number that you can glance out of your pocket can be a reassuring breath of air. Having only $500 worth of disposable money in a bank account can improve life satisfaction by up to 15%. Then of course, there's a question of what you do with the money that eventually leads to happiness. If you simply make more money for making money's sake, you might still get some joy out of it, assuming you're successful. It's much like a game, but the elation will pale in comparison to that of a person who spends his hard-earned cash in a better way. Buying time is often seen as one of the best ways to spend your money, and that it allows you to focus on the most joyous aspects, while offloading the more laborious aspects to someone who will happily do them. The gig economy has made this more accessible than ever before, allowing people to spend more of their time for the things that truly matter, even if it means having a little less in the bank account. This might mean paying someone to do the dishes so you can read a book to your child in bed, or it could mean purchasing a more expensive ticket to be able to spend some time with family. Material possessions also draw a lot of attention when it comes to the relation between wealth and happiness. The research is clear on this too. Spend on experiences, not things. The reason is that experiences are exclusive. Nobody can feel what you felt on that trip with your best friend. Nobody can buy that exclusivity. Despite the fleeting nature of an experience, it can last a lifetime. And unlike the value of objects, which tend to depreciate over time, experiences only seem more enjoyable in hindsight. Our minds tend to overlook the small bumps in an experience, the delayed flight, or the poor Wi-Fi, and remember only the good parts. So instead of aiming for a certain salary figure, it might make more sense to aim for experiences, and pursue the ability to afford those experiences. Of course, this is not to say that material possessions cannot be an experience. A song might be an experience, a cup of coffee might be an experience, an expensive car might be an experience. That's really up to the individual to decide. But people generally overestimate how happy they'll be once they have that one new thing. However, once we have it, the feeling of satisfaction slowly erodes, and we are back where we started. On some level, it might be a bit troubling to accept that money does indeed buy happiness, or at the very least buys ways towards happiness. But really, haven't we known this all along? More importantly though, this realization has to be qualified with the ideas of what's really important: people, experiences, and time. Not only can it inform our career choices and how much we want to invest chasing after this thing, but it also tells us why generosity is important, why a more equitable future is one to strive for. Because remember, the only reason any of us want money is to inevitably get rid of it in the end.
If you're watching this right now, you've won. You've won the game of life. You just don't know it yet. As of May 2019, there are approximately 7.7 billion humans on our planet. 7.7 billion people, just like you and me, living their own lives, with their own jobs, relationships, hobbies, and not one is the same as any other. The number of events, of situations, of interactions that happen on a daily basis across everyone on Earth is a number so high that it's hard to fathom. But something that is even harder to understand is how you're even here in the first place. A lot has happened over the course of history, like a lot of things. There was nothing, and then there was something. There were a lot of things. And all of this, the entire history of the universe, has led you to this very second. The timeline we live in, the one where you're breathing and using your senses to get all the information from this video. What are the odds of that happening? Everything has led to this moment. But by the numbers, you shouldn't even be here in the first place. In order to be living a life like you do today, you had to be put here. But even at one time, the Earth wasn't here. The universe had to form in the exact way it did for life to form on Earth. The fundamental forces of nature just so happened to come together in the way that they did. Luckily, gravity is a thing, and it's proved to be useful. So useful that it's pretty much the glue that holds together any star, planet, galaxy. pretty much anything. The strong and weak nuclear forces are able to keep us as humans held together at the lowest levels imaginable. Luckily, one lost planet roaming the solar system collided with Earth over 4 billion years ago. And that is why we have the moon. That is why we have seasons. It's why the climate is just perfect. It's why we have liquid water on Earth. Earth currently remains as the only place in the entire universe known to harbor life forms of any kind. Out of millions, billions, whatever the number is, out of all of those planets, only one has life for certain. But even 1 out of a billion are better odds than you being alive. For some reason that I wish I could tell you, one day, a microorganism, one that couldn't be seen to our naked eye, began feeding on the thermal vents at the bottom of the ocean. This little, almost insignificant organism played the most important role of them all. For all they knew, a world above them didn't exist, but one day, it would. Over millions of years, evolution took place. These microbes began to be able to replicate themselves, and each and every single step of evolution began. The pure numbers of the situation doesn't do it justice. The odds of everything being so perfect that each step brought us progressively closer to becoming modern humans. Humans that could realize they're human. That from one microbe spawned an entire species that took over the entire planet over a few thousand years. On a universal timescale, that's quite literally nothing. But now, let's think about humans. What separates us from everyone else? The minds of animals have continuously gotten more advanced over time, but a human mind is something completely different. Sentience, consciousness, where you are aware of some internal state of being. You don't wake up in the morning because you thought about it, your brain just did it. We don't think about breathing, we don't think about blinking. Your brain automatically takes in all of your senses and creates a picture, a view of the world, in your head. For all we know, the Earth could be something completely different from what we see day to day. But the way we perceive it all comes down to how a 3-pound organ in your head can put together a puzzle, with the pieces being all of your senses. But it isn't perfect. It's easy to trick. For example, listen to this, and try to imagine it. Right now you're probably thinking of a restaurant. It has multiple tables, all having a little world of their own. You might be imagining waiters moving food around. This little universe of its own was created in your head, all from just your sense of hearing. Humans have the ability to picture things, to see them from a different perspective, to take our imaginations and make them a reality. This works great, actually. Every invention ever made was due to that spark, that initial burst of creativity. The brain built us as individuals, and we built the world. Luckily, we're on a planet with hundreds of different elements, some of which work great for shelter or technology. Some work great as food sources to keep us alive. Some release certain chemicals in your brain that make you feel a certain way, and these chemicals released form you as a person. For example, the fight or flight response that we get when we're in danger is the result of adrenaline, a hormone in your body. Happiness is the result of having large amounts of serotonin. And the most important one involving your existence today, the love formula. Sorry to break it to you, but you see, you couldn't have gotten here by yourself, even if you wanted to. You may think you're the result of randomness, but actually, everything happened the way it was supposed to. Your parents met, which by itself is an extremely low probability event. Depending on your age, out of millions, or possibly billions of people, these two met at the perfect timing. For example, you watching this video offsets your daily activities by about 10 to 15 minutes. Everything you do after you finish watching this video will alter your life in some way. As weird as it sounds, you're actually changing the course of your life right now. Some events that should have happened won't, and others that shouldn't have happened will. Every day you stray further down your own personal timeline, one that not any other single person on the planet has lived. Except you. Your parents are no exception to this. They both lived their own lives, were raised by different parents, hopefully, worked different jobs, had different friends, but somehow ended up meeting. And not only did they meet, but they liked each other enough to stay together, to come to the decision to have a child, you, unless you were a mistake like me. Not even kidding. It keeps going. A woman has about 300,000 eggs inside her body. A male can have billions or trillions of different sperm throughout his life. but only specifically one of each could make you, and it did. The odds of that are 1 in 400 quadrillion. If the situation hadn't been perfect, if that one stoplight hadn't been green, if that line at the grocery store wasn't so long, there's a pretty high chance that your parents would have never met. These lucky situations don't stop at your parents. They keep going. It extends to their parents and to their parents, all of which somehow ended up living long enough to have kids. This goes back tens of thousands of years. Even your ancestors thousands of years ago, when the life expectancy was literally 30 years. This continues all the way back to that very first little microbe at the bottom of the ocean floor, over 4 billion years ago. Your life is the result of a family tree that hasn't been broken for billions of years. What are the odds that all of that happened perfectly? You're more likely to be struck by lightning 1,000 times in a single day than you are to be alive. You're more likely to be a victim of an airplane crash every single day of the year, back to back to back, than you are to be alive. You're more likely to win the lottery 9 times in a row than you are to be alive. Some may say you were put here for a purpose. Others may say you just got lucky. The universe has 10 to the 80 atoms. The odds of you being born are much lower than that. The number of 50-50 coin flips your family has went through when it comes to living long enough to have children or dying before carrying on the family line. It goes back tens of thousands of millions of years. This gets more interesting when you consider alien civilizations. The odds of us meeting are already low, but when you think about everything that had to happen for 2 different civilizations coming into existence close enough to each other to actually contact each other, it's just crazy to think about. No matter what age you are, no matter where you live, no matter your gender, you are alive. This is a luxury that, by the numbers, you shouldn't have even been given. What's the point in living a life that you aren't trying to squeeze everything out of? Looking at the regret in the faces of people who are too old to do the things that they really wanted to do in life is perhaps one of the scariest things in the world. Waking up in the morning and realizing that your existence is actually a miracle. Something that seems so perfect, so orderly, came from an infinite set of possibilities. The amount of thoughts you have in a day, the number of neurons that are fired and exist in your brain, are inconceivable in magnitude. This doesn't happen by accident. Everything that could have happened didn't. It only happened in the way that set the universe into its current state. The smallest of things, the tiniest of decisions, makes the biggest differences, the biggest impacts. Understanding how little of a chance there is that you're here today is terrifying, but yet I find that, more than anything else, it gives me purpose. It gives me a reason to say that I and everyone else have a reason to exist. I believe you exist for a purpose, but that's for you to figure out. I can't tell you why we exist, but I can tell you one thing that's for certain. We shouldn't have even been here in the first place.
I recently came across a magazine cover from 1962. Created by Italian artist Walter Molino, it depicts a busy road in the 21st century with what looks like a 4-wheeled scooter. Walter called it the Singuletta. While our roads today don't exactly look like this, the imagination wasn't all that far off. We certainly have booster boards and scooters that somewhat resemble the Singuletta. In fact, if anything, today's riders would probably be quite open to the possibility of having this glass enclosure that protects them from the elements. But of course, despite its futuristic appeal and reasonable accuracy, you can still see that part of the artist's imagination is still stuck in the time in which it was drawn. For example, why would the artist imagine the transportation is so radically change, and yet leave the fashion stagnant in their time? It made me think about how people in the past might have imagined their future, which just so happens to be our present. Of course, the fascination with the future is as old as time itself. To be able to predict things with any level of accuracy was historically quite profitable. What was at one time the sole expertise of the oracles became very much a concern for the entire population. Simply being able to predict when it might rain and when the weather would be right for crops was immensely useful to the people of the past. How accurate they were in those predictions is a different question altogether. But after all, despite all the technological advances, weather apps reliably started working only relatively recently. But beyond the monetary incentives, we've always been wanderers of possibility. Magazine covers, movies, books, you name it. From Marty McFly's self-lacing shoes in Back to the Future to the voice-activated home security in Blade Runner. These predictions are captivating, bold, and, by definition, ahead of their time. Some of them are even remarkably accurate. This is a page from the 1928 edition of the Popular Mechanic trying to imagine a city of the future. In what seems to be a very omniscient and realistic take on cities of the present and even the future, you could argue that the authors of this magazine have not only predicted just underground traffic, but also some level of larger underground infrastructure. We now know that this is going to be somewhat of a reality due to the initiatives of the Boring Company. We can also see that it's all separated by vehicle types, which is a concept we already tried to do today with lanes for different speeds and vehicle types, like carpooling lanes, bus lanes, bike lanes, and so on. The picture also shows spiral escalators. It needs to be said that both the elevators and the escalators had been invented by then, but you would imagine the people from back then might be surprised that these things have largely remained unchanged both in form and function. The move towards personalized technology was also one of the themes of prediction back then. Transition from the horse carriage to personal vehicles was simply the start of that. However, some even predicted things like video calling and smart homes. This European postcard from the Victorian era said to depict the year 2012 seems to have predicted video calling, and while the device to get it done looks in no way like the pocket-sized devices of today, it is remarkable that they were able to even conceive of something like this so early. It also needs mentioning that the timing of the prediction was also eerily accurate. Casual video calling only kicked off in the mid-2000s after Skype gained popularity, mere years before the image predicted. Of course, not everyone saw it this way. In fact, some of the very people in charge during the dawn of the technological era were quite skeptical of its personal promise. In what may now seem as laughably inaccurate, Thomas Watson, the president of IBM, said in 1943 that, "I think there is a world market for maybe 5 computers." Of course, Thomas's prediction was limited not by a lack of belief in the technology itself, but rather the sheer size of computers back then. He simply could not foresee a time when computers would be as portable and user-friendly as they are today. And who can blame him? This is not to say that everyone agreed about a computer's promise. Ken Olsen was the founder of Digital Equipment Corporation. In 1977, he and his company were a major force in the rapidly emerging world of computing, and you would imagine that he would have first-hand knowledge of how a personal computer could revolutionize the world. He famously said, "There is no reason anyone would want a computer in their home." You can tell me how correct he was there. Of course, sometimes these predictions are even more out there. In the 1950s, people thought that all furniture and appliances of the home would be waterproof, and, as such, we would clean everything with a hose. In 1901, Thomas Edison also imagined a world where we would streamline the construction process so much that, instead of building things brick by brick, we would have pre-designed models of houses, and upon the customer's choice, you would simply go ahead and pour them in place. It sounds like an extreme large-scale water-based version of 3D printing, one which, needless to say, is a ways away, if at all possible. There were also ideas about, get this, a whale bus by the year 2000. People thought that everyday travel would no longer be limited to the roads, and that we would also travel regularly through the seas and oceans, strapped to the back of a giant whale. Not even joking about this one. But more often than not, these predictions tend to have some anthropocentric residue of the time in which they're created. For example, in Blade Runner's hyper-futuristic depiction of 2015, while the flying cars and heavily lit vertical cities might feel at home, you can notice that Deckard and pretty much all occupants of those cars aren't wearing seatbelts. You would imagine that the speed of flying cars would make seatbelts a no-brainer, but it turns out, at the time in which the movie was made, seatbelt laws still hadn't even been passed in California. Besides, there are other similar tendencies with predictions. Predictions made during fruitful periods of life tend to be optimistic, whereas those made during particularly hard times, such as the Great Depression, tend to be more pessimistic. They all generally fail to foresee things like mobile phones and the internet, in the sense that these inventions were so revolutionary that it would have been hard to think of these things simply by extrapolating previous technology. The biggest source of these predictions have always been science fiction, and while it may seem that sci-fi of the past might have little use beyond the binders of some buff's notebook, science fiction is sometimes criminally underrated in terms of its importance in society. This is because the latest findings in physics or biology don't quite attract the public's attention like a well-made sci-fi thriller. This gives sci-fi almost an exclusive position of authority, which also happens to be a responsibility, as sci-fi can then sculpt the public's ideas about technology and shift their focus from or towards certain issues. For example, too often, we see that the fascination of the future revolves around very fast flying vehicles, and not so much about the threat of something like artificial intelligence. Even when AI does get the limelight, the depiction is almost always of evil robots destroying humanity in one fell swoop. However, this largely misconstrues the deceivingly subtle nature of AI development. Robots, such as those depicted in Blade Runner and the Terminator series, simply haven't arrived yet. They are significantly smarter than the best robots we can create today. But the fact that evil robots haven't yet come out of the horizon guns blazing might mislead people into thinking that now is not yet the time to worry. Yet, until very recently, we were utterly oblivious to how social media and the intelligent algorithms behind those platforms were completely overtaking our lives. The Black Mirror episode Nosedive shines light on this very phenomenon, a ratings-based dystopia that doesn't seem too far from the world of Facebook likes and TikTok followers. But sci-fi does offer some more inspiring cues as well. This includes the idea of reusable rockets, an idea that might be the foreword to humanity's next chapter. In fact, when SpaceX and Blue Origin were in dispute over rights to land reusable rockets and associated claims, SpaceX cited a 1959 Soviet-era sci-fi film with the original idea of doing so. These predictions are essentially wormholes into the past, into the aspirations of the people back then, how they thought, how they felt, and what was important to them. On the other end of the spectrum are time capsules, things that, instead of predicting the future, give us an insight into the past. The Crypt of Civilization is one such time capsule. It's an airtight chamber built between 1937 and 1940 to capture what life was like in those times. It is not meant to be opened before the year 8113. Authors of this crypt tried their best to store as diverse a set of mementos as they possibly could. But despite that, they couldn't have possibly stored everything. The creators of these capsules store only what they think is important. It too suffers from the same anthropocentrism that future predictions do. Even without a predictive element, these time capsules can actually vary in their accuracy, it seems. This stems from the fact that there are some time capsules that are manufactured for the purpose of being opened later in the future. There are other types of time capsules, of course, those of the accidental type. The most iconic, perhaps, of these time capsules is the sunken Titanic. What makes it special, perhaps even more so than the magazine covers and movies, is the authenticity with which not how it was all captured, but what was captured. Soon after the iceberg was hit, people had to choose between life and death. Some didn't even get to make that choice, but they certainly weren't choosing between which of the famous paintings on board they were going to keep or which of the ornaments should go on the lifeboats. Similar perhaps in tragedy is the Chernobyl incident of 1986. The failure of the nuclear power plant resulted in an immediate evacuation that left people with very little choice as to what to take and what to leave. The nuclear fallout in the region had rendered it inhabitable for some 20,000 years. The result is that the remnants of that day may remain largely untouched, preserving not just the items and the furniture, but the horror of those that left them there. In the centuries to come, who knows when we will actually be able to truly revisit the place and possibly look back on the lives people had. But both future predictions and time capsules from the past, the fascination remains largely anchored around time and our belonging in it. Whether it's the nostalgia of the past or optimism of the future, we have always been captivated by times which are not our own. Sometimes they can offer poetic insights into what really matters to people in their dying moments. Sometimes they can reveal eerily accurate predictions about our present. And sometimes, they can set the standard for an imaginary future we have yet to achieve.
I believe every statement in this video is true. And I also believe that I may have included at least one false statement. Is my voice real, or is it AI? Trick question. Because you've never actually heard my voice. What you're listening to right now is just a digital echo, a reconstruction filtered through a microphone, processed by a machine, and projected through your speakers. It sounds like a voice, but is it? Welcome to a world where nothing is as it seems, where logic folds in on itself and the simplest questions become impossible to answer. These are the paradoxes that no one can solve. Sometimes the most profound truths exist with the most mundane moments in our everyday lives. One day, back when I was in university, I was in my dorm room with two of my friends. Everyone was hungry, but we were too lazy to go out. So I suggested we order takeout. I wanted tacos. One of my friends wanted Chinese, and the third was craving tikka masala. But we were broke college students and couldn't afford to pay the delivery and service fees for 3 separate places, so we spent the next 30 minutes arguing, trying to get one another to concede. After what felt like an eternity, we finally landed on 2 boxes of pizza. It sounded like a good compromise. Until you realize that none of us actually wanted pizza in the first place. This is the Abilene paradox, and it's more common than we like to admit. A group agrees on a decision even when no